Awesome. Thank you so very much. I think we are good to go. We're live. Awesome. Thank you. All right, we are at 5.1 of our agenda, which is the policy 6830 privacy management program, page 15 of your package. There is a recommendation from administration here that council approves the privacy management program policy as presented. We did have a conversation, I believe, at the committee of the whole. Would you like to add anything?
Madam Chair, Ms. Plurd is on electronically today in case council has any questions. She knows this policy inside out.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. Councillor Hall, you asked for it to be added to the agenda. Would you like to start the discussion?
I had basically one question that relates to the whole policy in a couple of places, both at 7.5 on page 4 of the policy or 23 of the agenda and around page 28 of your agenda or page 9 of the procedure. There's references to annual review and making sure we're doing changes. I guess wasn't clear on what the process how we're going to track that, measure it, and ensure that it happens. It's all fine to say we're going to look at this once a year. How are we doing that? And how do we know what's getting done?
I'm just going to defer that to Ms. Plurd if she's on.
Absolutely. Yep. Members of the council. So those yearly reviews will be done by myself. I will be tracking them in a spreadsheet as part of the procedure. We do have ongoing training that's going on as well that will be included in that spreadsheet.
So given the council has a governance and oversight role, would it be appropriate for once a year, a simple report to be filed with council to say, this is to confirm the following actions have been taken this year? Like it doesn't need to come back for, a giant discussion, but our role is governance and oversight. And if we're approving it, to me, some kind of closing the loop on that to feedback so that, every June, second meeting in June, there's a follow-up to say this stuff has happened or whatever the time is.
May I offer that be added to the report from directors through the committee of the whole?
Certainly we can flag that for that. Yes.
Okay, is that sufficient? Was there anything else on the policy? I'm sorry, I think you mentioned another page. Nope, we're good. Is that all? Please, Councillor Chisholm.
I just have a question, Tammy. In the employee training, number 18 on page 27, I don't know, I thought it was a little confusing or contradicting. It says annual, and then in the next line, it says at least 3 times a year. If training is annual, it occurs only once, and if training occurs 3 times annually, maybe we should word this a little different. Just
for clarification, Madam Chair, so collectively, all of those 3 times per year will happen annually. So it'll happen once a year for those three time periods. So it's spring session, summer session, and the fall session. They will all happen within that year. So yeah, maybe a little bit of wordsmithing.
yeah, it's just kind of confusing right now. So is it annual? Is it 3 times a year annual? Just in case we all leave, we'll kind of wonder what's all this. So that was my suggestion. Thank you, Tammy.
Will there be changes brought to it, or are we going to leave it as is? I'm seeing undergo the annual privacy and information management training, and then it lists the different months of each of those sessions. Is there going to be a change or?
Madam Chair, we can do a little bit of wordsmithing in there. We can just change it up a little tiny bit. We were kind of clear on it. I think the expectation is annually we'll be providing these 3 sessions, but we can just soften the language a little bit if council wishes. And then that way, when you pass the motion, you can just pass it as amended.
As amended, as discussed. Okay.
I also have in your sign-in sheets, was this the sign-in sheets that we're doing now? Or is this different?
Madam Chair, so the sign-in sheets would be any sign-in sheets that is allotted through Athabasca County. So it would be the sign-in sheets that you sign in at reception. It would be the sign-in sheets that are utilized during public hearings, or anything that the county collects information that we need to know who was present. That is all encompassing.
Okay, so next question. So the sign-in sheets are public information, correct?
So each sign-in sheet, sorry, Madam Chair, each sign-in sheet will stipulate, it'll state on the sign-in sheet what the information being collected is being used for. And obviously, under the Protection of Privacy Act, any personal information that is provided on that sign-in sheet, whether it's a personal cell phone number or your mailing address and stuff, that will still be protected. However, we still need that information in order to, using it as an example, as the sign-in sheet at the reception desk. If there's a fire or an emergency that the building has to be evacuated, we need to be able to get a hold of that person through their phone number or whatever have you. So each sign-in sheet, which is a very generic term, but each sign-in sheet will have a disclosure saying why it's being collected, for what purposes. But it also follows that the Protection of Privacy Act will protect your personal information. Does that answer your question, Counselor?
Yes, but well, I'm just looking at the receptionist, like all our personal, like our phone numbers, our personal information's there. And that's viewed by the public. I'm just wondering, is that not part of a privacy issue? And even with what's made to the public, if there's a sign-in sheet, do we separate that public information where phone numbers and addresses are not part of our sign-in? Just trying to clarify that.
So, Madam Chair, through Counselor Disson, yes. So if there is an ATI request, an access to information request for that information for some reason, the personal information will be redacted, obviously, before releasing to the person that's requesting the information. But as for like, Athabasca County has care and control of this information, and we will uphold the Protection of Privacy Act as well as the Access to Information Act. So your information is secure with Athabasca County, and it will not be released with a request. It'll be redacted, obviously.
Please go ahead, Director Ambley.
Madam Chair, members of council, I believe Councillor Chisholm is referring to the phone numbers on a reception desk that are, anytime anybody's signing in, they see other people that may have signed in and out with phone numbers. We're going to take a look at that form. I understand the concerns for that. The reason why we have the phone numbers is in case there is an emergency in the building, we need to make sure that we can contact that person in case they don't show up at the muster point. But we'll take a look at the form itself and see if we can protect that information.
I mean, I don't care if my phone number's there, but I mean, we're talking about privacy. And so I was just kind of wondering, and maybe that falls under, we're protected under the POPA Act. I don't know, but so I'm asking that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, so I believe a motion, if I may, somebody would like to make that motion. Okay, Councillor Callahan would like to make the motion that the County Council approves the Privacy Management Program Policy 6830 as amended as discussed. If that works, because they're going to be softening that language. If that everybody's aware of that, do you want us to identify that item? Can't remember where it was, the annual 18.
Madam Chair, if I can just add, that item was actually part of the procedure.
Okay,
So council's passing the policy today, so the policy is actually as presented,
And-
but I've already made a change in my procedure, so we'll make
Great.
that little change in there, so as presented will be fine.
thank you for that clarity. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the two, the procedure and the policy, and of course, procedures are done administratively. All right, so I guess it would be as presented. So the motion from Councillor Callan would be that County Council approves the Privacy Management Program Policy 6830 as presented. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And I don't see any opposed, 8-0, thank you. And we have a few more minutes, so if we can start. We are at 5.2 of our agenda package, which is policy 9205, enforcement level of service, page 29. And of course, this one has a recommendation here as well from administration to adopt policy 9205 as presented. Is there any discussion that council may have? Councillor Hall.
Thank you. I had a question regarding 6.4, just talking about the scheduling and the level of service. That's on page 35 of the agenda. And I wonder if when we talk about, we will strive to provide services in accordance with the following schedule, what does success look like? And so is it, we will have a target of 7 days per week, 90% of the time? Or, is it reasonable with two? Basically, I'm concerned about, is it reasonable with two peace officers to maintain a 7-day-a-week schedule? Considering that, in the summer, you would expect these individuals to want vacations with their family. And so I wonder, I would hope there would be some ability to strengthen the comments by defining what that looks like. So if our target again is, full coverage, 100% of the time, then it's pretty easy to fail. But if it's 90% of the time we want 7 days a week coverage, that to me gives us the guidelines to say we're going for it, but we recognize there will be moments where we don't get there, and it tells us what success looks like.
Through the chair to Councillor Hall. So this is the first year that we've been trying to operate the 7-day a week with the current model. So we do have the two full-time officers as well. This year is the first year that we brought in a seasonal. And moving into budget 27, we're going to be pursuing that incremental staffing as well. Discussions are still occurring on the administration side, whether that's a seasonal or a part-time position. Some of our partners have had great success in using casuals that can then fill in those gaps when you have vacation. Otherwise, as it stands right now, I can't give you a good number on what success would look like as we kind of explore this year. Generally speaking, our only area of concern at this moment is the weekend coverage, because we do have the seasonal in Monday through Friday. So if an officer does take vacation during the week in his rotation, we still have the seasonal bylaw officer in play to provide the partial coverage. So to answer that question, I don't think I have a really good answer for you at this time. We know we can't guarantee 100%.
And that's where, for me, the governance question is, how do we test that we're getting the results we've laid out in policy and that we're asking for? And how do we make it reasonable for the staff that are fulfilling it to actually know they've accomplished what we've asked them to accomplish? And so today, if a year from now, we ask for a report to say, account to us for how this has worked. The first time we have one day that we have two people gone, or, on a weekend, we can't say, well, we did it. And so that's where I think, maybe not for fixing today, but we should be able to talk about defining how we measure whether we're meeting the goals that council sets out. And so council should be able to say, well, we really, this is our target, but if you were there most of the time, and what, then the question is, what does most look like? And I didn't, work out what that might look like.
And I appreciate what you're saying, and the language as well as shall strive. So it doesn't mean it's 100% guaranteed in the policy, and we know that, but I'm sure you will, as you do a very good job at making sure that everything is in place and understand where the shortfalls are, and will let us know. I'm assuming, yeah.
And Madam Chair, to Councillor Hall's point, when we get to budget 27, this can be a talking point as well, because I mean, maybe when we get into budget deliberations, we can come to council and report on what our compliance was, because that may drive discussions around budget, because that's really what's impacting our coverage right now. So
Well, and does the budget account for whatever the total number of hours are that we want? Like, it doesn't say 24-hour coverage, it doesn't, and it might be more just, yeah, based on how many hours do we expect, when do we expect them, and does our budget permit you to be successful doing that? And so,
Okay, thank you. Do you have a question?
I just have a quick question.
Please use your microphone.
And actually, it came up this morning at our coffee meeting this morning. And I don't know if this is the right time to ask it, our bylaw people and stuff. Do they ever do any work outside the county jurisdiction? They can't stop vehicles on a provincial highway. We'll start there.
through the chair to Councillor DeHollock, so there's two questions. So do we provide services outside our municipality? We currently do have contracts with the Village of Boyle, as well as the Summer Village of Mewatha Beach. Last year, we had one with Thorhill County. We provided some coverage, but when we had 3 officers and we had more capacity, we provided some coverage for them. So do we currently? Yes, we previously had a second Summer Village that we provided services to, but their contract has since expired and we have not renewed it just based on the limited resourcing we have. The second question about primary highways. So our CPOs do have on their appointments the ability to enforce on primary highways. And from the survey, the feedback we received from council was, that's nice. We'd like to have them focus on the county roads versus the highways. But if we do see an egregious offense on a highway, we can enforce it.
Well, that was the question I was asked, is why are our bylaw people doing speed checks on highways? Is that true that it's them doing that, or would they? I can understand them doing it in school zones, but on other areas of the highway, are they allowed to do that, or?
And through the chair to Councillor DeHollock, so we do conduct traffic stops on highways, but we're not out there fishing for traffic stops. If a member was transiting on Highway 2 to Rochester to go look at a complaint, whether it be an animal or unsightly, and someone approaches them doing 150, they run radar, they will stop, they'll make a traffic stop, and the county does get a lion's share of the revenue back from that. So it offsets the cost of the budget a little bit, but it's not their focus. It's the fill in the gaps as they're transiting from point A to point B.
Any idea what's I have to answer some of these questions. How much money do you would know right offhand do we make off them?
Through the chair, I don't have that information in front of me, but at the next COW report, we do report the fine revenue statistics in our COW report.
Like what percentage of revenue comes in from outside the county? I understand it.
Through the chair, we'd have to go back and look at the numbers because all our fine revenue, whether it's bylaw or provincial, is in the same budget line. So we'd have to break that out.
Hey, thank you.
Okay, does anybody else have anything they want to bring forward? I do have one quick question, and I know we discussed it the last time, and it was with regards to page 34, page 4 of the policy, and it's the priorities versus the number of discretionary time. And it was a bit of a surprise for the interdepartmental and interagency. It was mentioned. I was just curious if administration had any advice regarding the interdepartmental and interagency being priority 7 with a discretionary time of 10% versus how it looks with the rest of them is all 15% and quite even across the board. I guess my concern is, are we going to pay more attention to the priority aspect rather than the discretionary time?
Madam Chair, the priority number is going to be more of the driving factor for us. If an officer does have discretionary time, when we have no complaints or files outstanding or responses to go to, it comes down to kind of what's topical of the day. You know, animal control is a big topic in the summertime. We probably spend a little more focus there. Again, P&D, if there's P&D files, again, they can put some discretionary time towards that. But really, it is fairly balanced. So our officers will kind of jump on what they can. And if we have multiple discretionary items to look at, we'll follow the priority list.
So do you feel that the interdepartmental and interagency being priority 7 is a good way to go?
Madam Chair, so again, we use the council survey feedback. Obviously, I have a bit of a bias towards the fire permitting program, so I would say that, you know, for me, I'd like to see it a little bit higher in the priority list, but ultimately, it's council's discretion, and we will make it work.
Okay. Well, and I always see, administration's advice is extremely important as well, and I'm not sure if all of council really understood exactly what that meant. And so I would hope that we have an opportunity to revisit that if it's needed. And I would also hope we have an opportunity at budget time to revisit full-time fire guardian or some part-time fire guardian for those permits so that the officers aren't, I understand that's a huge part of their job as well. So maybe in budget time, we can have that conversation as well and try and alleviate some of that. So yeah, it's just one of those things I wanted to point out because I was thinking about it more and more and thinking same as you are. I don't think we quite understood the impact of making that a number 7 priority. Okay, thank you. All right, does anybody else have anything further on this? So do we have a motion? Who would like to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Chisholm would like to move that council adopts policy 9205, enforcement level of service policy as presented. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Any opposed? That'd be a no. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, we are just with our next delegation. They're here. We're gonna take 3 minutes for everybody just to refresh their coffees, do a quick stretch, but we should be getting on. Pardon me?
Would you like to go into closed before you
Thank
recess?
you. Yes,
So moved.
I was just gonna get there. Counselor Hall would like us to go into closed. Counselor DeHolick? We have a motion on the floor to go into closed. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 8-0. Thank you. We'll take Alrighty, we're live, we're good to go. We've just come out of closed session. We have one motion regarding 4.2. And that motion from Counselor Hall is to direct administration to request a formal proposal and further to provide a report detailing their advice and recommendation on the presentation. And their meaning administration.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 8-0. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going on to item 5.3, which is the road graveling plan update, page 36 of your agenda package. We were handed some mapping here, this updated maps this morning. We have a recommendation from administration here that council reviews the attached gravel map and provide administration with direction as to the option they would like to move forward with. We do have some financing options listed in the financial portion of the administrative report. Would administration like to weigh in?
Madam Chair and members of council, unfortunately, Director Morton is not in today, so hopefully Director Daly and I can answer any questions. The maps have now been updated based on feedback that we received from councillors and also from our staff. And also knowing that there were some errors in the last map that you had, so those errors have been fixed. So today we're just seeking your direction, and I just want to also add that, in case the weather changes, we may have to pivot. It just all depends. I'm hearing there's more rain coming. So just depending on the weather conditions, hopefully we can carry on with what we're doing. But I can assure you that our staff are out there and the crews are out there busy getting the gravel on the surfaces identified so far.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And I don't know if anybody else noticed the article that came out in the newspaper. West Slot County is running into the exact same issues that we are running into. They are also having to pivot and they're having the exact same conversations. We're not the only municipality that is being impacted by Mother Nature. She's handed us a real doozy this year. And so, yeah, we have to make it very clear to our residents that no matter what options are chosen here today, that may not happen. It all depends on resources and it all depends on manpower. It all depends on the weather. And we just keep getting hit. So it is one of those very unusual years that we're dealing with. Who would like to begin? Councillor Chamzik.
Well, I think you have a really good point there. Like, and when I read through the discussion portion of the update, I mean, I'm not very well versed into all the operations and stuff, but I do, of course, have some concerns. From what I gathered from reading this and, from past history, we have about a dozen trucks, including contract and ourselves. And I'm just wondering, when I look at these maps and look at the very aggressive plan that we have, do we have enough trucks to be able to do the scope of work? And also realizing, like you said, anything can change. The weather has not been very favorable for us, and these maps can all be changed very fast.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Callaghan.
I just want to
I'm
say,
sorry. She's
sorry.
hoping I didn't realize there was an actual
Yeah,
question.
I asked that. Well, I mean, with our roughly a dozen trucks and stuff, is it very plausible to get this scope of work done as you guys would feel? I know it's very difficult to answer without Mr. Director Morton being here. I mean, I can also ask that upon an email or later on as well.
Unfortunately, I can't answer that question directly at this time.
My guess is I think, we're tight on timelines already. Unless we bring in an army of trucks, I think it's going to be pretty tight. This is an aggressive plan from what was originally brought forward. I guess my other Councillor Callaghan, please go ahead.
I just sort of had a comment. I do have a question, but I don't think it can be answered without Director Morton here. But the parts of the roads that have been fixed into Division 9, knock on wood, have held up actually very well throughout these, last 3 big storms, whatever. So I hope that they continue being maintained and held up. I was just asked recently by a resident on Township Road 680, Range Road 223.5. the reason the road has been taking a hit and the county is out there currently fixing it. He did kind of have a great idea just on some preventative maintenance that might involve a fence line just because of the reasons that it's taking a hit mixed with the weather, but I'll save that for either an email or when I can speak to Director Morton.
Okay, thank you. I think we should also mention as well, I think it's mentioned in the administrative report, that even though these maps are as they are today, those situations may change as well. They're not written in stone. They're not, solid, this is a must do. As we know, the conditions are changing rapidly and we've had some flooding again, just from this last, weekend and I know in Division 5 for sure. I'm thinking your division as well had some massive issues with the rainfall. So these maps they look great, but public also need to understand that they may change. Priorities are going to change depending on the conditions. So where are we at, Councillor Stacey?
Thank you. I'm a bit puzzled in a way that we've budgeted 3.2 for normal graveling maintenance and all those sorts of things. What would have this map looked like if we'd have maintained that? Would have it been similar in the amount of roads we were going to re-gravel this year? Have we added to that causes us an additional 2.9 at some point?
I can help you with that.
Okay.
So the original map was from the 3 original, page 38 of your agenda package.
Which,
That covers 758 kilometers. That was the original plan with the original budget.
okay.
And then the enhanced, because of all the hits that we took from the spring and the flooding and the issues, the enhanced maps that you have before you that were brought in today that have been updated as well, that's 1,109 kilometers.
Oh, okay.
Right, unless there's been some changes that have dropped down some of that, but Director Morton isn't here to let us know that, but yeah, there's
Okay,
300 plus kilometers that were added.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That 300 kilometers added and we're adding $4.6 million.
No, they're asking for 2.9, the
No, no,
1.7
We've added 4.6 million.
from the 1.7
Because there's one-
surplus.
3.2 plus 1.7, but like 1.7 and 2.9 is 4.6.
Right, the
So we're
1.
adding tiny bit of roads for a gigantic amount of money.
Well, the
What's that?
1.77 though, from what I understand, also came from the massive destruction that we've seen from the spring thaw, the
Correct.
flooding. That's what that was allotted to. And then this additional, that's how I understand. I could be
Yes, you're
wrong,
right.
but the additional was for these extra kilometers that was outside of the flooding. Councillor
Yeah,
Mahalik?
okay, we added that, but how many did we take away? Like I gave up some graveling on some of my roads to accommodate for the increase.
So Division
The increase.
6. Did you, see, and with receiving these updated maps today, it's kind of difficult to see what was, compare the two.
Okay, but Marshall should have known, or there should have been a number by now.
Well, unfortunately, he's not here today and these feedback only deadline was yesterday at
but-
noon.
But we did give back quite a bit. I know I gave back, I think, 6 miles. If everybody gave back 6 miles, there shouldn't have been, I can't see there being that much of an increase.
And I can't honestly, this
Yeah.
fast go through the two compared from what was the last map to the new map. And I can't honestly, answer that for you. And I don't think our administration here today is able to as well. So with us missing,
Well-
Director Morton, I don't know if council is more inclined
Uh-huh.
to carry on with the original plan.
Uh-huh.
And that we, bring these back when Director Morton is available,
Yeah.
in August.
I'm starting to think about the money. Something doesn't seem in line with the miles and the money. So, but yeah, maybe we'll just wait for.
From my understanding, it was 36 around that per tone. And the amount of added ton that they gave us in tone in the last meeting is exactly what 36.36
Well,
per tone.
yeah, but I gave up some, and I'm sure every other counselor might have. Did you give any up?
I gave up some and then I made some requests, so I think I'm even.
Okay, but here's the thing. That's just the feedback to be considered by council. It actually needs to be approved by the road experts. So they may have taken the feedback, considered it, looked at it, reviewed it and said, yeah, no. Right? So we're only providing some feedback, but that does not necessarily means that that's going to be how it's going to be.
Mine's been changed already, my map.
Oh,
This-
has it? So there
yeah,
you go. I
this
haven't been
map
able
has-
to,
This is a recent map.
Mine's been changed too.
mine has not.
Okay.
So
Oh,
there you go.
okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm looking at, yeah.
So there you go. So is this council, where are we going with it? Because if we want to look at the aggressive aspect of this for the finance portion of it, we need to look at that. If we're not ready to go there, then we
Uh-huh.
need to make that decision and defer it.
Uh.
Counselor Chisholm.
Well, I honestly think we should be aggressive and try to get these roads fixed. We have lots of our ratepayers that can't even get down a road. And nobody drives a $20,000 vehicle anymore. We're looking at expensive vehicles, and honestly, the complaints that are coming in and the taxes they pay, for rural. I mean, the complaint is they're not getting a lot for their money. And honestly, we need to do something about our roads. So I mean, if we have to dip in and get aggressive with this, it's too bad that, unfortunately, we didn't have a maintenance plan for the last 3 years, but, it sure has hit us in the butt, as well as no,
Oh, we've had a maintenance plan.
it says here nothing, sorry, okay, so, I'm not sure what the maintenance plan was, but, apparently it wasn't, I don't know what to say with that, but our roads are in horrible condition and we need to fix them. We need people to get down the roads. We need people to get to work. We need, we're talking about tourism right now. They can't even get to some of these areas. So I do think with what's going on, we need to get aggressive. We need to spend some money and we need to get this gravel down. And I know they won't be able to get it all, but at least let's not hinder them. Let them do what they can, is my suggestion.
So just so that I'm clear, you would like to, according to the financial plan, increase, or the financial option, increase the budget by the 2.9 million.
Well, options one, that council direct administration to undertake the supplemented gravel program as identified on the attached map with budget shortfalls to be funded from reserve as identified by council.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand. Counselor Pollock and then Counselor Hall.
Well, if it doesn't make a budget change, why did I have to delete this, some of my gravel program? You know, if that's the case, I want that back on. I thought that we could help out the budget by maybe deleting a little bit of the gravel program. If it's not working, I want my stuff back on.
Okay, Counselor Hall and then Counselor Callahoo. Yeah, Counselor, yep, there you go.
Just for frame of reference, Councillor Mins, can you remind us, is it 300 tons per mile that they typically apply? Give or take? What's the,
I haven't really figured out by the tons. Usually when we did budgets, when I looked after it, it was 225 yards per mile.
yards, but a yard and a ton, pretty close,
Yes.
I think, right?
Yeah, well, there's
Sorry,
more
225 yards?
more tons in a yard.
So it's like, and if we're paying 36 a ton, which is, if we can agree, it's sort of like a yard. That's over $8,000 a mile. So when someone says, what do my taxes get me? Most people wouldn't, their taxes wouldn't come close to paying for the gravel in front of their house. It's abundantly clear that our, the roads are not where we want them to be in terms of the condition. Our residents expect better. We would like to see better, I know. And, I mean, we clearly cannot afford to do what we're being asked to do right now repeatedly. But given the disaster in the spring and the thaw and the way that's come, this is probably the time and the reason that you tap savings a little bit, and that we need to look carefully at our budget and how we can fund this in the highest priority places, acknowledging that not every road is going to get done. And I don't pick roads in Division 4. So if that's happening in Division 6, I don't know, but I've asked admin to check out a couple to see because they weren't on the map and they seemed, you know, egregiously bad when I drove them. I trust the administration to allocate the highest priority roads across the county and wherever they are. And so I think we need to we need to do this, and we need to figure out how we're going to pay for it, and we need to figure out what the plan is. And I mean, a lot of this seems like road construction. I think, you know, this is the reason we save, and we probably should lean a lot on the road construction reserve to cover and fix this. And I am concerned, like the report says, you know, a colleague asked about if we have the capacity, but the report says we don't have the capacity. I'm concerned even, do we have the capacity with private contractors? Can we get enough of them to get it done in the way we expect and to get it done quickly enough? But I think we need to put the best effort into getting this sorted out, and the sooner the better. So I don't support kicking it out to August because, you know, they'll run out of money to do the work before then, I'm convinced.
Thank you, Councillor Callahan.
Yeah, I was going to echo that. I don't think we should kick this down the road. I don't think it'll make any residents happy. I was also referring to Councillor DeHollig. I don't think anyone necessarily gave up gravel was my understanding. It's just that priorities changed, right? So I had someone expecting gravel on their terrible terrible bumpy road, but then I had another, there's another road with a washout. So, we're not going to say to person A, sorry, your washed out road, you have to stay at home, you're stuck now, build a mountain canoe, because this person with the bumpy road gets gravel. No, the priorities just changed. And they have to, and yeah, I don't agree with kicking it down the road.
Councillor DeHoll.
Yeah, well, going to Mr. Hall, in my case, Division 6 is a little bit different, and maybe Kelly's division is a little bit different. I inherited a whole bunch of service roads that I really, they were marked as gravel, so I just knocked them off. I think the little bit of service road, or not the amount of service roads, I reduced the gravel on those. That's why I was able to do it. They were bad, but they're not used as often as the other roads.
And that's where, we keep talking about priorities all the time, and traffic counts and residents and volume. And it makes sense to me that if a road has, in any area has high traffic and one has low traffic, and they're both kind of equally poor, I think I hope admin, chooses the high traffic and where most people live. And anyway, but those roads are certainly different.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you. First of all, I gave up 3 miles of a road, and I think it was the absolute correct choice, not because those roads per se didn't need gravel, but they were going to farmers' fields that only the farmer used them. So I think it's supposed to be our diligence, I guess, to check that out and make sure that administration or the gravel foreman or whoever was involved understands, when they send a grader out there, the grader grades the road. If there's no gravel, he reports that it needs gravel. Well, yeah, it kind of needs gravel, but not today. I think it needs gravel at some point. But reading this, I've been giving this a huge amount of thought, and I'm starting to lean now towards the option 2, or no, where was I at here? Yeah, option 2 is maybe we can compromise, and instead of looking at 2.9, if we can go to say 1.4 and say, let's just do as many as we can, but pick the roads that are the greasiest. And now what I'm starting to realize, especially in my area, and as I said before to all of you, that my roads, touch wood, are in pretty decent shape. They've been maintained decent. But yesterday, actually, I talked to Marshall and I said, the grader hasn't been past my road in a month. And I said, maybe if we maintain these roads a little more often, people would understand it's the rain that's making it greasy and ugly. But as soon as the grader can get there, maintain it. And maybe that's one of the ways we can cut back a little bit on the finance. Because I think, there's no guarantee putting 2.9 towards extra that next year we're going to need the same 2.9 because we've had the same problem. I think we better, in my opinion, is try and maintain this a little bit with the grader and hopefully we can get by this year a little bit. That's my thought on it.
Okay, thank you. Counselor DeHolick,
You're right.
I'll just ask you to use your mic. Yep, you're cool.
You are right. Don't forget, we got next year coming up. You're going to spend a pile of money this year. We're going to need it next year as well. I would rather save some and maybe over the winter or whatever, maybe we'll have a better spring next spring. We'll be able to gravel a lot more road than doing some of these areas that are not as significant.
Counselor Chamzik?
And once again, I'm just gonna say, I mean, the priorities change from the day to day with the weather. And I mean, I think that I think the county staff has a pretty good idea of what these priority roads are. And I mean, tomorrow a different road could wash out and it might not be on these gravel maps. And I would hope and trust that they would be able to address them appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Chisholm?
I don't know, the roads are pretty bad in my area and I think it'd be disappointing that we decided that we weren't gonna make that attempt financially to try to fix this this wreck that we're in. And just because we have this doesn't mean we're gonna utilize, we're probably not gonna get to this. So even though we're saying, or I'd like to say, let's get as much fixed, that doesn't mean we're gonna use all the money that's here. Who's to know that, right?
If I may.
You may.
Being that we are short of time, short of resource, all those types of things, we don't have to approve 2.9. We could say as, approve 1 million, for example. We'll approve 1 million. And if we have the time and the resources, then they can come back and say, okay, we need some more. We've got, we can, it's not a dead end situation. Because I agree I have some really big issues in my division. I don't believe the feedback that I provided yesterday had time to really look at the map because there was no changes on this one. But there are some major issues. And this past weekend, Forest Road is a perfect example. Forest Road South completely flooded in several areas and there was a lot of water. 205 is back, flooded again, right? And thankfully that wasn't fixed prior to the last flood, right? So there wasn't a huge loss there other than it just made it worse. Yeah, there's options to be
Okay.
had.
But the thing is too, is if we go less and August 20th is our next meeting, I just don't want to leave them short either. Like, we are accountable to our ratepayers and
There's always a special meeting if they all of a sudden can pull it out that they,
Okay, fair
hey,
enough.
we've got all this awesome weather, all this awesome gravel and a whole ton of trucks. If they need more cash, I'm sure they can come for that.
Okay, well,
as
that's it. Thank you. That's
If that's helpful.
helpful. Thank you.
Counselor Chamzik?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I think, everybody's division has had their significant challenges this year. Some were a little bit more lightly blessed with rains than others, but we always have that option of special meetings. Number one rule, budgets are amendable. That's my thoughts on that.
Counselor DeHolick?
Yeah, well, my main thing is I don't want to waste gravel. I don't want to throw gravel on a spot that next spring we're going to have to rebuild it on. I would rather spend the money, fix it properly, even if it takes graveling the whole thing, then these little patch jobs that are there to me are just wasting gravel. It's going to have to be dug up. It's going to be in rough shape next spring again.
If I may comment, I don't know if it's necessarily a waste of gravel because I don't think it's completely going to be lost once it gets worked up again. There can also be a different size of gravel that's put down to help do some stabilization that may be helpful in some of these spots. So I don't know, that article I read yesterday in the newspaper was very helpful for today's meeting. Councillor
Yeah,
Hall?
you're probably right.
Our job is to set service levels. That's our job. So we've done this, we've told admin where we want to be. We've told them this, the quality of the product that's out there is not good enough. Admin's job is to tell us what the options are to get to where we want to go. And then we can decide if we're willing to bear the cost of that option, right? And then we may have to adjust our service levels. And so we need to discuss, do we want to get these fixed the way we've talked about doing it? And goodness sakes, look at the number of emails that we've seen in the last 3 months. Some of your keyboards are probably worn out from the number of emails you're forwarding on. So we got to decide, do we want to change the service level, or do we want to administer? We've told them we want this fixed. We want it better. They've told us this is what it takes. We just need to make a decision. Like, let's stop kicking this down the road. If you don't want to do it, put your hand up and say no. Or let's talk about let's adjust the service level. Let's get them, instead of great, let's get them to almost good. I don't know. But they've told us what they need. I hope from them we hear, fixing this is a combination of maintenance, additional maintenance, it's additional gravel, and I think they're doing that, right? We're training grader operators, we're putting supervisors on the road, they're giving the operators additional hours to, run their equipment to deliver the result of what we want. And so if the administration's crews can work whatever the maximum hours per day is, if it's 10 a day and 6 a week, then get the result. And so they're telling us this is what we need. Do we want to keep that service level? And I think if we're gonna, if we want to do it, then we should just give them the ability to plan and do it. And I don't love the money side. I don't love this giant spend, but the reality is things. I mean, I don't think we can. It's not useful to turn around and point fingers at the past and say we didn't do this, we didn't do that, because there was some maintenance. There was a graveling program there. We're increasing the service level. We're trying to make it better. We've taken all the greater fleet in-house. We're like the steps are happening. They're trying to, the things we all know, they're trying to change the quality of the gravel. We're moving our rotation up to 1 in 3 years. It's going to take some time, and our residents have to understand that too. Like, a friend once said to me, if you walk 10 miles into the woods, it's 10 miles back out. We're not fixing this by October entirely, but we can take a big bite out of making it better. And so every year we budget we have our new income through taxes. We budget a big chunk of that for graveling. That's going to show up again next year because we're going to do tax levies again next year. What we're asking about right now is, do we take what we budgeted in this cycle and look at the disaster and add a bunch of extra little chunks to it? And I mean, it's part of the reason we save money. Now, my personal bias, I would love it if we could dig deep into the budget and find a bunch of savings in a bunch of places where we could just say, this $1 million for the stuff we can defer. But in fairness to the people who are doing the work, I think it's a bit late in the cycle for that. We can't do that to these guys. We just need to give them the free rein to get this done. And so I feel like, we can cover a big chunk of it out of the road construction reserve. It's why we save. It's all related to roads, and top up the rest out of operating and get it done. And ask for updates. But if we don't give them the money, they can't plan to spend it. So if we say we're going to give you half now and then come back later, I just don't feel like that's a good way to plan. If we're prepared to do it, give it to them. If we're not prepared to do it, then let's just pull a Band-Aid off and tell them. Right? You're not getting it. It's like when my kids want something. It's like, you're not having a new bicycle, right?
Well,
So
maybe.
that's my rant. They've told us what we want. We've told them what we expect. So either adjust our expectations or let's just pull the trigger on this and get it done.
Thank you, Councillor Callahan.
I think that if we are gonna pull the trigger and get it done, I'd rather spend money on roads than anywhere else, and I think our residents would agree. We hear it all the time. Well, right, we could sit here and discuss it all day. I think it's time that we let's get it done.
Thank you. Okay. I know Councillor Minns is chewing in his pen over there.
Yeah, I'll chime in. I guess the biggest thing that my issue on the whole thing is I'll tell you right now, is trust. That's why everybody's just a little bit leery of, I feel, of moving forward with this, is because can we trust that this is gonna happen the way that the maps say? The map comes out and myself, I looked at the map and like, we need better we need better information. Like all of a sudden, we're getting maps that of roads that aren't even there. And then we're getting maps that we're in dire need of gravel on main roads, and we're getting maps with field accesses that are gonna be gravelled and stuff like that. And it's just a trust that you know, and I'm gonna bring it up. We got a source of gravel out there that I don't think is what we spec'd out. We didn't spec out coal. I'm sorry, we didn't. And I, you know, and if we did, shame on us. But so it's just trust. Now all of a sudden, administration, there's been a few things that has happened that have lost my trust, and then all of a sudden you come in and you want, and you know, we got $3.2 million to spend on gravel, and then we say that we're gonna have we need another 1.7, and where the 1.7 come from is from a disaster fund that probably will not cover gravel. So that's another 1.7. And then we get administration coming back saying, now we need another 2.9. And now we're already up to about $8 million. And it's like that's where I'm having trouble with, is just the trust. Now, do the roads need it? Yes, the roads need it. So I think if we're gonna pull the trigger on this, we need to have more, we need to have updates. We need to have monthly updates of where this gravel's going. What's been done, what's gonna be done. It's just, sit back and say, well, council doesn't need that information. No. We're the ones that are advancing the budget. We're the ones that people are looking at us that are saying, well, you have to control the money. You have to make sure that the money's going in the right spot. And yet, so we need to build that trust with administration to say, okay, this is where it needs to go. And stuff like that. So yeah, do we pull the trigger on the 2.9? I don't know. I just want better information.
Counselor Chisholm?
You know, you bring us some really valid points there, Counselor Mins. Trust has been a big issue. And I honestly, being a new counselor, when we talk about these issues that we have, it's almost like we as counselors don't really have a say as to, and yet we're the ones that have to answer. But I don't know how to rectify that in the current situation that we are. And again, sometimes I feel like we don't have a lot of power to rectify some of this stuff. So it's disheartening. I'm gonna let you know. And I'm saying this because our ratepayers need to know that sometimes we don't have a lot of say, and things should change, but do they ever? It's frustrating, and you're right. We're the ones that have to make the decision, and yet we don't always have those proper tools to make the decision. And as a new counselor, I don't even know how to rectify that. We don't seem to have a say. Asking for more information is probably a really good start, but yeah. So thank you for that.
And I'll just tag in there, asking for information is the key. We are the what and we are the why. Administration is the how, and that's the MGA, and we have to abide by that. So if you need more information, of course, to make decisions, administration is more than willing to bring that forward and provide it, right? And it's by asking those questions, because unfortunately, this exercise here was courtesy to provide feedback. It was not because what we said was going to be written in stone. It was a courtesy to say, hey, you guys, you know, you're receiving your complaints. You're out there, you're seeing it as well. How do you feel about this? So that was really nice to do. But
as courtesy, we couldn't ask for this prior?
You can ask for the information that you need to make the decision. We gave the what and the why. unfortunately, this year has been so horrible that we haven't been able, administration hasn't been able to execute what we had provided in the budget for them to execute, right? And it's just been a difficult year.
I know this year, but we seem to have this problem past years too of getting stuff done. So I'm just, it's frustrating. So
I hear
anyways,
you.
thank you.
Gotcha, Counselor DeHolick.
Well, I'm just gonna say this, as an old counselor. I remember a few years ago, we had one guy looking after the gravel. We had gravel, we had good gravel. Now I don't even know who to ask for gravel because there's so many people out there that you gotta ask for. It's trust. You know, you get too many people, I don't know what's happening, you know. I just don't know how many people there's in charge of the gravel program right now compared to in past years. You know, the price of gravel has gone up, price of trucking has gone up, and you know, we're not getting the proper answers. You know, on the gravels. You know, I thought we had bought some good gravel. Look at the gravel; it's not good. It's got coal in it. It's got some sand in it. Who inspects this gravel? Can we see the inspection? There's just all kinds of stuff that are unanswered, and we're going to start asking these questions.
Counselor Hall and Counselor Stasiak?
Can I jump in? So Jack, one of the things that I think is important is always we think, what is the governance question in that? And to me, I'm not an expert, so you can give me the Civ report and that doesn't mean a lot to me. It might, you know, be more relevant to one other person at the table. But we can ask, I think it's more relevant to say, tell us about the system you have in place to ensure we're getting what we think we're getting and we're getting what we're paying for. Like, I want to know what safeguards admin has in place to protect our assets, to protect our investments, and then to ask, you know, and I think part of it then is we can have them, now that we know that that's the plan, we can say to them, okay, now tell us what the results have been when you check it. But I think there's a really good way to get at it, is just figure out how do we approach it in a way that is about making sure the process protects us generally, not just the one.
But this is what happened, Brian. That's all fine. I was happy and I was proud to be part of this team when we got new gravel and they said it was good gravel. You know, how do I change my mind with the public after a month when the gravel is no good? You know, there's such a change in the last couple of months with our gravel program. Sure, a little bit has to do with the flooding and stuff, but that's not the main part of it.
Okay, Counselor Stasiak, and then I think, folks, it's after 12. We're holding up administration from their lunch hour, and I'm sure everybody here around the table can use a break. So after Counselor Stasiak, we're going to postpone or table this one until after a break. Go ahead, please, Counselor Stasiak.
Thank you. I've been thinking about all this. I'd like to bring this back to budget / the gravel itself, as opposed to the qualities and things like that, because there are ways of dealing with that. Is there any consideration or even appetite for, instead of putting 225 per mile, if we went down to say 150, 175 and do it once this year and then in 2 years top it off so that everybody gets a little bit of the pie? Is there any interest in that to help with the budget and still satisfy some of the roads?
I think that would be an administrative decision on what they feel about on the roads, and I'm not sure if Director Ambley would like to weigh in there.
Madam Chair, I believe the Deputy Reeve had his hand up. I'm not sure.
Oh, did you? Or yeah, I thought there was a lot of this is his thinking motion.
No, that won't work. That won't work because all of a sudden, that 150 that you put down is gone. Because there's no amount.
Not enough to buy.
It's like taking a salt and pepper shaker out there and just shaking it around, and and there's not enough to hold up the traffic. I think the biggest thing is we just need to make a decision. Are we gonna put 2.9 million more into the budget and go from there? Because we could beat this to death. And the roads are being gravelled now, and they have $3.2 million to spend right now, with another 1.7. And do we want to put another 2.9 in? That's, the roads need it. But that's what we're hearing from everybody, is the roads need it. So how can we not spend that money?
I know it's lunchtime.
Can you hold it, or
Yeah.
is that okay? Cause I think it's time we all take a break. I know my head's going boom, boom.
Say, are we ready to vote so we can have lunch? Like, I mean, let's just, can't we do both things where we all want to spend the money, but then holding people accountable and getting those reports and having that open communication, not in a micromanaging way at all, but just that transparency of communication for our ratepayers, like Councillor Mins asked, and just sort of blend the two. That was all I was gonna say, so that we can vote and move on.
Okay, if that's where council wants to go, I believe Councillor Chisholm would like to make a motion that council direct administration to undertake the supplemental gravel program as identified on the attached map with budget shortfall to be funded from a combination of general operating reserve and road construction reserve. And that would be at the 2.9 million.
Correct.
Okay. Is everybody ready for this? I'm getting a look over there. I think I might come this way. I don't know if that is the conversation over, or do we need to have more conversation? And that's my concern. I don't want to rush this because I think there's more conversation. And if there is, we need to take a break.
Just the only thing that I'd like to add onto that would be to have monthly updates of how the progression of gravel.
Exactly.
I would like to amend that to include what,
Where, when, why?
Where,
Where
and
when,
dollars.
So would that be sufficient in the committee of the whole?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So and further to receive monthly administrative reports. Administrative status reports? Okay. And we're all good, friendly amendment? Are we ready for this now, folks? I'm gonna read this motion out. Counselor Chisholm would like to direct administration to undertake the supplemental gravel program as identified on the attached map with budget shortfall to be funded using a combination of the general operating reserve and road construction reserve, and further to receive monthly administrative status reports. Are we putting the amount to 2.9 million here?
I think you need to do that.
Yeah.
But I think you also, and I would propose you amend that to say firstly from the road construction reserve with the balance from the general operating. Admin needs clarity on where the money comes
That
from.
was very fast.
So,
And once again, we're wordsmithing here,
so
folks,
use the
so
words from a combination. It should say firstly from road construction with the balance from general operating. And you absolutely should add to a maximum of $2.9 million at the end. Because you can't amend the budget without putting a number to it.
Okay, so I'm going to wordsmith this a little bit here and see if I can't get this correct. Council direct administration to undertake a supplemental gravel program as identified on the attached map with the 2.9 million budget shortfall to be funded firstly from road construction with the balance from the general operating reserve. Okay, and further to receive monthly administrative status reports.
Back in there to fund the supplemental gravel program to a maximum of $2.9 million. Like right on, top line. if
Okay,
you're
I
on
got
your
this
agenda.
right next. We're coming back for this motion. I'm sorry, folks, because I don't know.
Why don't we
Did
just
you
vote
catch
for
all
it?
that? Yeah, so we're gonna wordsmith this after a break because I really need to have one now. So we're gonna table, or not, we're gonna go into recess, pardon me, we're not tabling. We're gonna go into recess. We'll come back at 12:47. Awesome. Thank you very much. All right, we're back from our lunch recess. We were discussing 5.3 item 5.3 on our agenda, which was the road graveling plan update. We were wordsmithing a motion, I think is where we were. I will read what I believe the motion should be. Okay, this is Councillor Chisholm would like to direct administration to undertake the supplemental gravel program as identified on the supplied maps to a maximum budget of 2.9 million. Budget shortfall to be funded firstly from road construction reserves with the balance from the general operating reserve, and further to receive monthly administrative status reports. Everybody happy with that? Yeah. All right. So if we're ready for that vote, 1, 2, 3, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 8-0. Awesome, folks. Thank you very much. Okay. Just bear with me while I get organized here again. We are moving on to item 6.1, which is bylaw 017/2026, the repeal Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan bylaw, page 39 of, I think it is, yeah, page 39 of your agenda package. This is where that begins. We have planning and development with us. Did you want to weigh in on this one?
Madam Chair, we did have, we included the PowerPoint in the package, but if you'd like, I could run through it if you want.
I think that that would be amazing.
Okay.
And that gives us an opportunity for the public to have a recorded version. So thank you very much.
All right, let's make sure this works here. So, administration is recommending that council consider granting second and third reading to bylaw 17/2026, a bylaw to repeal 3/1980 and its amendments regarding the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan. Since 1980, there were 11 amendments to bylaw 3/1980. These amendments were to redistrict the parcels to allow for more lots than what was allowed, to redefine parcel boundaries to include parcels within the plan area, and redistricting parcels to allow for specific development. In 2002, Athabasca County adopted the Municipal Development Plan. While preparing the Municipal Development Plan, the consultants and administration believed that the policies around lake management was sufficient to guide development without negatively impacting the lake. With the process of adopting the Municipal Development Plan, the bylaw listed several bylaws to repeal, which included the 1980 Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan. Unfortunately, there was an error in the listed bylaw as it named an amendment bylaw of the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan instead of bylaw 3/1980. This error was not caught, and the county assumed the area structure plan was repealed and no longer took it into consideration when new development or subdivisions were proposed around the Baptiste Lake. In 2022, during a review of bylaws considered to be inoperative, administration identified that bylaw 3/1980 had not been formally repealed. A subsequent bylaw was prepared to repeal bylaw 3/1980 along with several other bylaws that were believed to no longer be in effect. However, as the required public hearing was not held prior to the bylaw's adoption, bylaw 3/1980 was not legally repealed. In 2019, Athabasca County adopted a new municipal development plan, which provided policies to guide development around the lakes. These policies are what administration follows when reviewing proposals for development and subdivisions. For example, section 6.1 subsection F requires that the application must prove it would not alter or damage or permanently damage wetlands. This is to be confirmed through reports and studies provided by qualified professionals. Section 8.4 of the Municipal Development Plan lists conservation design requirements, including a 30-meter development setback from the lake shoreline. In addition, the policies in Section 7 require that an application for multi-lot subdivision commercial development, or major development must submit an area structure plan or concept plan for the area. This process requires a public input through an accepted form of consultation, and in the case of a bylaw adoption, a public hearing. Some common concerns raised during the June 11th, 2026 public hearing focused on the health of the lake. And administration is in the opinion that the policies in Section 8 within the municipal development plan addresses these concerns. On page 91, the agricultural policy comparison between the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan Bylaw 3, 1980 and the Municipal Development Plan number 3, 2019. So these are just to highlight some of the comparisons of the policies of the original area structure plan versus what our current municipal development has. So again, this is for the agricultural policy. On the next page, on page 92, is recreation policy comparison. On page 93 is the lakeshore residential policy comparison. And on page 94 is the environmental policy comparison. The Municipal Government Act requires that an area structure plan must be consistent with any intermunicipal development plan, as well as the municipal development plan. Where there are inconsistencies with an area structure plan, the other statutory documents prevail. There are inconsistencies between the area structure plan and the intermunicipal development plan, where map 2 identifies more land for future residential areas and commercial areas that were not originally identified in bylaw 3, 1980. As discussed during the strategic priority session with council, planning and development intends to bring forward a budget request for the comprehensive review and update of both the municipal development plan and our land use bylaw. These statutory documents were last reviewed in 2019, and best practices recommend reviewing them every 5 years. Administration believes that the municipal development plan is the most appropriate statutory document to address lake health, as it establishes policies and guidelines applicable to all the lakes within the county, rather than focusing on one single area or specific water body. To support this approach, administration has included an additional recommendation in today's report, directing administration to review the policies contained within bylaw 3, 1980 and identify opportunities to incorporate relevant provisions related to lake health into the county's updated municipal development plan, where the county has authority to regulate and enforce such matters. An area structure plan is intended to provide detailed direction for future subdivisions and development within a defined area. Whether council chooses to update the existing 1980 area structure plan or repeal it with replacing it with a new one, the estimated cost would still be similar. And we estimate this between $50,000 and $100,000, with the higher end being most likely due to the necessary reports and technical studies. Should council wish to proceed with updating the municipal development plan, the land use bylaw, and our 3 identified outdated area structure plans, we estimate a budget allocation exceeding $500,000. Moving forward, if council adopts bylaw 17, 2026, the policies and regulations within the municipal development plan and land use bylaw will guide development. If council does not pass bylaw 17, 2026, section 638 subsection 4 of the Municipal Government Act states that the intermunicipal development plan and the municipal development plan takes priority to the extent of any conflicts or inconsistencies. And as such, while reviewing new development and subdivision applications, administration would not be required to apply the policies listed in bylaw 3, 1980.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just reading another little section. All right, so folks, thank you very much for that. It is a lot of information that was put together for that and very much appreciated to, especially with regards to the comparisons between the two, the area structure plan and the municipal development plan. Thank you. Who wants to begin the conversation? Please go ahead, Councillor Chisholm.
Well, I know admin brings a lot of, good information forward. But again, an area structure plan, when you're talking about a sensitive area such as lakes that we have here in the Athabasca County, an area structure plan was created for a reason because it gave more clout to protect a sensitive area. And even though this area structure plan is outdated, there's still some really good stuff in it. So instead of repealing it, I mean, they state, I'm not sure where it is. On page 41, it states that council may want to direct admin to prepare a new ASAP. So why then would we repeal the existing one before we replace? Normally, from what I understand with other municipalities, they still consider their old ASPs. They prepare a replacement and then they go to public consultation and then they adopt a new ASP, then repeal the old ASP. And lakes are unique, so most Alberta municipalities still use an ASP or an area redevelopment plan or lake management plans because they are environmentally sensitive areas. The ASP is the only lake-specific statutory plan we have in the county. The MDP applies countywide. The IDP is intended to coordinate land uses between municipalities. Neither provide the same detailed planning vision for Baptist Lake itself. While the 1980 Baptist Lake Area Structure Plan is clearly dated and requires modernization, from listening to the public, they demonstrated that residents continue to value a lake-specified planning framework, and they're concerned about their environmental recreation and development pressures facing Baptist Lake. So rather than repealing the existing area structure plan solely because portions of it have been superseded by newer planning documents, I would like to see council pursue a phased approach that updates and modernizes the existing plan. This approach maintains a dedicated planning framework for Baptist Lake while allowing policies to be revised over time, avoiding unnecessary planning gaps and reducing the immediate financial burden of preparing an entirely new plan. I do believe updating the current area structure plan is better than just repealing it. And I know administration talks about there's only two things that we can do or two options. It's to repeal or spend the 50 to 100,000 on a complete new ASAP, which now it's more. But I do think there's a practical middle option. It respects our public confidence. So many residents don't even understand what an area structure plan is. And then we had a letter dated June 26 from Summer Village of Baptist Lake, and basically that's what they said. A lot of people don't understand what it is. But again, people are concerned about the lake. So I think taking away the area structure plan at this point in time isn't the most meaningful thing we can do. And I think we can find a happy medium with different practice. And like I said, my recommendation is that council defers second and third reading of bylaw 17-2026, and that we as council direct administration to prepare a phased update to the Baptist Lake Area Structure Plan rather than repealing it. So retaining the existing ASP, directing admin to review outdated policies and remove those that conflict with current legislation. 3, incorporate MDP and IDP current policies where appropriate, and undertake technical studies only when necessary, and consult with Summer Villages, lake residents, lake organizations, and provincial agencies during the review process. We're not talking about going into any huge dollars in the current budget, and it wasn't part of our strategic plan, so I do understand that. So keeping the current area structure plan and phasing in a new area structure plan, we avoid some planning gaps. And then once we have updated the ASP, then council can repeal the old area structure plan. This document was created for many good reasons. And sure, MDP and IDP do talk about some of that lake health, but it isn't as detailed as what the area structure plans are. And I do believe lake health is very important in our county. It's big for our economic drive. We have overdevelopment of the lake. It's just sad to see that we can't come to this happy medium. And sure, dollars is big, but we're not expecting, I don't think anybody's expecting this to change overnight. And like I said, there's other ways to do this and make it affordable and make it so that the lake is looked at, people's public opinions are heard. And like I said, it's a phased kind of a concept, and other municipalities use this as well. So why would we be any different? My concerns, and that's what my thoughts are.
Thank you very much. That's awesome. I will also agree, with regards to the municipal development, plan. It's a high level, long range blueprint for the entire community, absolutely. But the area structure plan, is a more localized plan designed, for a specific sub area. So I agree, the public has definitely spoken loud and clear. Our summer villages are reaching out and speaking loud and clear. The organizations around the lakes are speaking loud and clear, that these area structure plans are extremely important, and they do not want to see them go, and that the information within them is extremely detailed and, as one fellow mentioned, still relevant today. So I'm nervous too about just repealing them off the hop, but I'll let anybody else want to weigh in here and have that conversation. Go ahead, please, Deputy Mins.
Well, that's why we had the public hearing, right? To find out to do it properly and to find out what people thought and all this stuff. And we found out that they're very passionate on this area structure plan and at both lakes, not just Baptiste, but also Island Lake and so just to go through a public hearing and then find out that we're gonna throw all their thoughts and all that away. Why'd we go through it? You know, I honestly cannot vote for repealing just due to the fact that I know how people are feeling out there, and all they want to do is be heard, and if that means we have to, that we actually have to work together with the summer villages and everybody like that, well, that's what everybody signed up for, I guess. So, yeah, I think there's better options to, thank you for what you said there, because I think there is better options for the area to keep everybody to have a voice. So.
Thank you, Lucille.
And I might add to,
Sorry.
I might add to Village of Miawatha. We did meet with them. And they're looking at grants and trying to protect the lake there, as well as update their area structure plan. And working together to get a grant so that we can update these is something that the Village of Miawatha has entertained. And again, if you have collaboration of more than just the village, there's 2 villages there, and of course the county, working together to apply for this grant to help with a new area structure plan will offset this cost of 50 to 100,000. But again, if we do it in phases, it's again, I don't think it's going to be as taxing as when you first look at it. So, and that's why I suggested it. And we have one village already, considering this. I mean, why wouldn't we give that option to the others around the other lakes that are affected?
Thank you. And I also am curious, because as it mentions, the municipal development plan prevails, to the extent, but there's to the extent of a conflict, any conflict or inconsistencies between those statutory documents. So all the information is in conflict or inconsistent, or just portions of it?
Madam Chair, I think it would depend on the area. So for example, if the area structure plan would identify it as agricultural, which the majority, if you look on page, the map on page 96, everything that's in yellow is agricultural, right? Whereas if, there's a subdivision that is proposed in the area, if the municipal development plan allows for the residential expansion, because the MDP does say in the major lake policy area, the major development, or sorry, residential and recreation are the prevailing uses in that area. So someone would, if a developer would come in with a proposal for a multi-lot subdivision, even though the ASP says it's agricultural, and the municipal development plan would support that residential development along with those studies, those reports, maybe a more specific area structure plan, like depending on what the proposal is. The MDP does allow for residential and recreation around Baptiste Lake.
And I think that's what a lot of people are really concerned about. I guess my biggest concern here is that in 2019, when that municipal development plan was created, why wasn't the area structure plan updated or made consistent or considered with the municipal? I don't know. I wasn't here. But it's really, because of those steps that were not taken that should have been taken, because as the Municipal Government Act has and I don't know if it's changed since 2019, but it's pretty much specific that they all work together, they all mesh together. And the fact that the area structure plan is a more localized plan rather than an overarching plan as the municipal, that's what really concerns me as well. I know for, like you say, we did the public hearings, and that's just my personal opinion. We've done the public hearings, we've heard loud and clear. The summer villages want to work with us on another option rather than to removing them altogether. I would hate to lose that history that has happened. Councillor Chisholm.
And just because of the section 638 and the NDP and IDP, I mean, it doesn't mean that the area structure plan has no value. There's parts of the area structure plan that would still apply. So that therefore, it doesn't mean that there's no need for an area structure plan, which is what repealing means, is we don't need this. Well, an area structure plan protects that lake way more than what our current bylaws have. So it's a big concern.
So how would you like to go? Where would you like to go forward? Would you like to put a motion out with regards to?
Well, I want council to defer second and third reading. I don't want to repeal it, but maybe the suggestion that we have an alternate recommendation. So I know in their recommendations are talking about the third to direct administration to review the language by bylaw 3/1980 and to incorporate appropriate verbiage and policies in the 227 municipal development plan rewrite. Well, unfortunately, the MDP is not the same as a lake plan ASAP. So I'd like to change that recommendation. And maybe council direct administration to prepare a phased update to the current Baptiste Lake area structure plan rather than repealing it.
Okay.
And so some of the things that I found online were retain your current ASAP, direct admin to review outdated policies and remove those that conflict with current legislations, incorporate current MDP and IDP that is appropriate and that we need, but undertake technical studies only when necessary and consult with your summer villages, your lake residents for their input on the review. And then present council with a phased implementation plan and a budget option as part of the 227 budget or maybe 228 budget. I'm not sure.
Well, and I guess, Councillor Hall, I know you have your hand up. The 2027 budget talks will be coming up here very shortly. And the MDP is on our list to review. in 2027. So it's something that we can actually make changes to the MDP to reflect better the ASP. Counselor Hall?
I think we should take a second and remember that the plan as is hasn't worked. That, you know, the ASP must be consistent with the IDP and MDP, according to the Municipal Government Act. Lower order statutory plans yield to higher order statutory plans. And so keeping a document like this one in place creates confusion among residents, among developers. You know, the most straightforward path to me seems to be, I think there's a general will to want, you know, a new and revised version. But the most straightforward path to me seems to be to scrap this, as had been the will of multiple prior councils, and to start fresh. You know, we've already heard the documents mostly overruled by the MDP. Summer villages are not bound by our bylaws, yet they also have a significant presence around the lake. We have a document that comments on areas that are even outside our jurisdiction, which certainly leads to confusion and uncertainty with residents in the area. You know, admin has made some clear recommendations here, and when I look at this, I think repealing does not mean that we don't need an ASP. It means the one we're repealing is not fit for purpose. And I think we need to break that question into two. Do we need one? Probably the majority of this table would say yes. Does this one work? I don't know. It seems to me the answer to that is a clear no. So if we, like, doing a new one is a separate question from getting rid of one that doesn't work. And I think the other thing that we need to remind ourselves of a little bit about public hearings is that people who are opposed to something are the most likely to be motivated to show up. And so, you know, you've heard me say at the table, the last and the loudest voice is not necessarily reflective of the community. Just as the bulk of people coming out to a public hearing do not necessarily reflect a statistically accurate sample of the residents in those areas and the viewpoint of the majority of residents. What you have are people who are passionate and committed and have some concerns that are legitimate, and I wouldn't dare to take away from those. But it's also reasonable to believe that many people didn't come because they weren't concerned and they were happy with it. And there was far more people who didn't come than who did come that are impacted by this. So I think we have to be conscious of what we heard, but also put the appropriate weight on that. So I think we can have a discussion around doing a new one. But the question in front of us is, do we need this one and is it fit for purpose? And the answer is clearly no.
Thank
Well,
you.
I disagree with you, Counselor. If we're saying that an area structure plan is needed, then obviously let's update the current area structure plan. It's got some good information in there. Updating it shouldn't be an issue. We have very knowledgeable people here, and we have a community that's more than willing to work together. So council is saying, on page 41, council may want to direct admin to prepare a new ASAP. So basically, why repeal? Why repeal the old one when we're going to need that old document to update a new document? And so why have the gap? Just we'll update. And then when the new one is made available, that's when we repeal the old one.
And if I may add, the summer villages out west, several of them, all of them, were very clear in their will to want to work together, and they represent all of those people out there. And they made it very clear that they want to work with the Athabasca County and the affected residents to look at a different option rather than, because this area structure plan has a lot of information and it was made very clear to us. We don't want to see it lost. So we do have some options here as well that council may wish to defeat the second reading of bylaw 17, 2026, and that leaves bylaw 3, 1980 in effect. But after that, we have to make some decisions as to where you want to go and how we move forward. And we would need to, give administration some of that information, I would think today, so that we kind of have that idea. Like I say, we've got budget talks coming. We know it's not in our current budget. How that fits again into strategic planning and all of those things, it's something we all need to consider. So Counselor Chisholm?
Just looking at other municipalities, but like, that's where I came with the phased kind of system. So as council, we can ask administration to prepare a phased update to the Baptist Lake Area Structure Plan rather than repealing it. So retain our existing ASAP is step number one. Number two, direct admin to review outdated policies and remove those that conflict with current legislation. Then three, incorporate the MDP and IDP current policies where appropriate. And then undertake technical studies only when necessary. And then we move on to the consultation. And then admin comes back to council with a phased implementation plan and budget options that may be a part of the 2027 budget.
Okay, so I think we have to keep in mind that we're going to be reviewing the MDP in 2027. So who am I missing? Oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
If I could, Madam Chair, one of the things that we talked extensively about in our department as we prepared for this and as we worked our way through this is in our municipal development plan, there's lakes that are identified as major lakes, and there's also lakes that are identified as less developed lakes. So I'm just gonna, if you'll indulge me, I'm just gonna talk about that a little bit. So major lakes are Baptiste, Island, Skeleton, North Buck, and Amisk. Those are the major lakes. Those are identified as major lakes. The other ones are Round, Lyle, Powder, Lodge, Chump, Hope, Cricket, Jackfish, Crooked, Ghost, Narrow, Long, Sharon, Sandhill, Armstrong, Jenkins, and Tuatna. So there's a lot of lakes in our county. And so one of the reasons that we steered towards giving this recommendation to council that we capture maybe some policies and maybe some verbiage coming out of these IDPs or these ASPs, because of course we're not just talking about one, we know that there's three of them, right? And so one of the conversations that we've had together as a team, and it's not just the two of us, the acting CAO Ambley's been part of this, and Melanie's been part of this. We've had extensive conversations. And so I feel really strongly that we don't need to just protect these three lakes. We need to protect them all. And so that's why we came with a bit of a recommendation in that let's take some stuff out of these ASPs that we feel needs to be transferred forward and put it in the MDP, because the MDP overarches these documents so that we can protect all of our lakes, not just these three lakes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know that there is so much to talk about, but I still go back to the area structure plans are specific to that area, not an overarching to all, and they all have different characteristics.
So I guess my question would be, does council wish to do area structure plans for all of our lakes?
Well,
No, it's only for major lakes. So from what I understand, when I look back into. So environmental lakes, like our bigger lakes. So that's what I understood. So it's not every lake.
Right, but there's I understand where you're coming from, but it could be argued that there's development around Crooked Lake. There's development around Tuatna Lake. There's development around Armstrong Lake. So if we put specific verbiage in our MDP to protect all of our lakes, not just the big five, probably we're heading in the right direction, I guess. And then the idea is the MDP protects all of the lakes. And then when we get an application for specific development, they do an area structure plan, and we ask for those specific studies for that specific development area.
okay.
I still disagree with this. Your area structure plans pertain to the lakes that are environmentally sensitive. They were created for a reason, and overdevelopment was one of them. And currently we have overdevelopment happening at most of our major lakes. And an area structure plan, let's face it, it identifies more than what our MDPs and IDPs. And I know you're saying we can do a blanket, but that's the problem. It becomes a blanket.
And I'll agree with you.
Yeah.
You know, the MDP can obviously do an overarching for,
All the other lakes other than our major lakes is my
until
concern.
until we find a need for an area structure plan for those areas, that, you know, I've just heard loud and clear, and it keeps ringing in my brain that those area structure plans have history in them that we cannot, just make go away. And things have happened that shouldn't have happened, and, we could go around and around and around about it, but I think it's time that we kind of make a decision on where we want to go. I totally agree with the phased in approach, but with the MDP coming up in 2027, I'm thinking that at this time, I don't know where council wants to go. Go ahead, Deputy Reedmans.
I guess, going back to the presentation, where you know, back to page 94, let's see, general environment, and so you compared the area structure plan to the municipal development plan. And then under Lakeshore residential area and under intensive recreation area and under agriculture. That's already been started. You already started comparing the area ASP to the MDP, so sitting down with our Lakeshore people and Summer Villages and that, and having that discussion, maybe that could be worked out. If what bothers me is if we just kill this area structure plan, they're gonna really be felt left out of the whole process and everything like that. And I don't think you build good relations that way. I think we would be better off to even just have a sit down with them and say, okay, this is what this is what your area structure plan says, or our area structure plan. And this is how our MDP is, and at least they have a voice in it. We can start that way and have the conversation with them, so everybody's understanding of how both of them work together. Right now, everybody's worried that if you get rid of the area structure plan, you're getting rid of, there's a white elephant in that plan somewhere that's going to be lost. So if administration can explain, or council can explain, whoever, that we're not being underhanded, this is how it works. Maybe this will be easy. I don't know, but it's going to take time. That's the only thing. It's going to take time. It's going to take a little bit of money, but just to kill it and then have us walk out and be lynched out there, I'm not into that. I'm not.
No, I totally get it.
But I think we already have the beginnings of it.
Yeah, the
Right here.
beginnings have happened. I totally agree. Councillor
Yeah.
Hall wants to speak as well, but I agree that, and I had actually written down a bit of a motion, so, you know, and that is to participate in discussion. So go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
I think one of the things we heard loud and clear during the public hearings that, you know, the takeaways was that the communication around what was happening here was suboptimal. That was pretty clear to me. You know, people came in with questions that they shouldn't have had to have. And so there's some learning we can do in terms of, you know, explaining what these documents do and how they work. And I think we created some frenzy by the way the communication in advance of that happened. So I agree. I think that, you know, we need to communicate and that there's no secret plan here. There's no sliding something through, and it's not done maliciously. It's cleaning up a document that's mostly superseded by other stuff. You know, I heard a comment that we've, these lakes are environmentally sensitive lakes, but I would argue that all the lakes in the county are environmentally sensitive lakes. The minor lakes are seeing heavy traffic and pressure from boats, and we need to protect those as well. And so I guess I wonder, based on the two people we've heard speak a dozen times, it's clear that there's sort of one path we're headed on. Would it be acceptable to have administration mark the not applicable sections of the document so that we don't create additional confusion among the people who are reading it? Go through and black it out or redline it or cross it out. And so that, because the people who are looking at this document, let's face it, tend not to be legislative experts. We're not legislative experts, and we're looking at this, stuff all the time. Let's mark off what doesn't apply. Let's cross out the section that says we can control boat speeds on the lake, because number one, it's misleading. It's not truthful, and it's irrelevant. Let's cross out the sections that are superseded by the NDP, and then we'll see what's actually left that's so valuable. Because I think that's the right thing to do for people. Like we talk about, over the last many years, we've talked about trying to communicate better and do a better job. And I think we've made progress. And I mean, it's a work in progress. We need to do a little bit better tomorrow than we did yesterday. So we could do that.
So, sorry.
I still will say the planning experts are to my right. And I respect their opinions and their advice, and they've told us repeatedly that this it creates confusion, and it's mostly superseded, and it's not fit for purpose. So the thing that I would like us to consider is why don't we get them to cross out the stuff before we make a decision on second and third reading? Why don't we have a look at this document and see what's left? Because maybe there is a way to bridge that gap and to bring that into a different document, and actually everybody gets what they want. Or at least we don't mislead our community. Because when they read a document that says one thing and don't understand that a different document says something different that overrules that, you create conflict. And we need, like in this issue and many others that we deal with, we need less conflict.
I appreciate what you're saying, and again, you mentioned, Deputy Menz, that some of that work has already been done. But we don't have to repeal a bylaw to continue doing that work, to either update and enhance what we've got to make sure that it's consistent with the MDP. Again, there's too much information in those ASPs that they're too important to lose. So I'm all about leaving the bylaw or defeating this bylaw, but going forward with updating, creating, and not losing the information that we've got from the existing area structure plan.
So I don't think we should repeal the current ASP. And what I understand, or what I took back from Councillor Hall, is basically we're already asking for an updated, amended ASAP, which if we go with that direction, that's kind of where we're headed, is we're going to update. We're going to take out the stuff that doesn't apply. We're going to keep the stuff that does apply. So we're already kind of doing the update. So,
But we have to remember, if we're going to be revisiting the MDP, there's going to be some changes, I think, to both, so that they are.
so instead of repealing it, we retain.
Yeah.
We do what we have to do with our NDP, and then let's take a look at this in the 2027 when our updates are done, and then start implementing what changes need to be done to update the current ASAP. We lived with it this while.
I agree. So where's the motion going, folks? Are we going to go for a motion where we are looking at defeating the second reading that leaves the bylaw in place, the area structure plan in place, and directing administration to, I guess, begin, well, see, and this is just it. It won't happen until 2027. So I guess we deferred budget talks to what we were looking at with regards to amending, updating, creating new. Is that where we're at?
I would say that.
Sorry. Do you have your hand up again? I'm sorry, I'm looking at council.
That's okay, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say publicly that we have, you know, we referred these bylaws to the summer villages. And we heard nothing really from them until after the deadline, one summer village reached out to us. So, and that was for the public hearing, but it was too late, so council can't hear that. I think it's important to know that we also haven't heard anything from, you know, maybe you guys have heard from the summer villages, we have not. And I think the other thing I wanted to point out is that in 2021, we worked collaboratively with all of the summer villages except for Miwatha, because we don't have an IDP with Miwatha, but we have one with Bondus, and then we have one with all of the Baptiste Lake folks, and we have one with all of the Island Lake folks. So 1.2 of those IDPs talks about, so specifically Baptiste Lake, it talks about about the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan that was done by Municipal Affairs Planning Division in 1979 and then adopted in 1980 by the county. It also speaks to, and so this IDP was adopted by the county and all the summer villages. The participating municipalities for this IDP are Athabasca County, Summer Village of South Baptiste, Summer Village of Sunset Beach, Summer Village of West Baptiste, and Summer Village of Whispering Hills. So all of those municipalities and the county collaborated on this intermunicipal development plan that was adopted in 2021. We had a consultant that helped us with these IDPs. So I just wanted to, you know, it's not going to change how you guys feel about it. I know that, but I feel like I need to reiterate this information. I know this information has been given to you previously. In 2002, as part of reviewing and updating its MDP, the county rescinded the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan. In 2014, the Summer Village of West Baptiste also repealed the Baptiste Lake ASP. In 2019, the Baptiste and Island Lake Stewardship Bales, in collaboration with Athabasca County and the Summer Villages, prepared the 2019 Watershed Management Plan. So I just wanted to say that because it means something. In that, in 2021, when these IDPs were adopted by all of the municipalities, it was believed that this area structure was already plan was already rescinded. And I know that doesn't mean it was, but the view that these IDPs were created on, this IDP for Baptiste Lake was created under, was that that area structure plan no longer existed. So I just wanted to say that.
No, and I appreciate that, and it's unfortunate, right? Because of the, oh, well, that's gone, so we don't have to look at it. When we do this new one, we didn't have to look at it. Now, but if they had a chance to look at it, it might be different, but I don't know, right? Councillor Chisholm.
I think, you know, some of that history that you gave is also cause for concern for the residents there. Because now we've had overdevelopment of those lakes. And lots of them, shouldn't say lots, a few will say it's because our area structure plan was forgotten. And now we have overdevelopment on those lakes, whether that's here and there. I mean, that's kind of the gossip out there too, so.
I think what this does is gives us an, go ahead, please.
I guess the point is it's not just us that thought it was rescinded. It was everybody that, all of those municipalities, I guess my point is all of those municipalities passed the IDPs the same time we did. That's my point.
Which is why I think they think it got overdeveloped.
I
Because
think this,
the area structure plan wasn't technically in place at that time.
I think this opportunity that we've been given, there's a reason why it wasn't repealed properly. it gives us that opportunity now to correct, start fresh, do a correction, course correction here. Let's sit down and figure that out, where we're at, where we need to go, and how everyone, including the summer villages, would like it to be. So, we've been around quite a bit. I think it's time to determine a motion unless someone else has something else they would like to say. I'm hearing that we should be looking at the second reading, whether or not to pass it or defeat it. And if, depending on that motion, then we move forward to determine the next steps, which I'm assuming if it's defeated, that we would be directing administration to include in the budget talks with the 2027 MDP conversation, the update or amendment for the area structure plan. Is that where we're at? I kind of need to know.
I am.
So what would that motion look like, council? Well, we'll deal with that. Let's deal with the second reading. Are we ready for that, folks? And people understand if it's defeated, the bylaw is done. Okay? Not the area structure plan, the bylaw to repeal if it's defeated. Okay? Are we there? Ready for that vote? All right. Is there Deputy Reeve Minns would like to give second reading of bylaw 17/2026 for the purpose of repealing the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan, bylaw 3/1980 and amendments. If you're ready for that vote, all those in favor to repeal. We have 2, and those opposed. We have 6. So that is that bylaw 17/2026 has failed. Okay, next motion to go forward. Help me wordsmith it. Council to direct administration to bring to the 2027 budget talks, budget discussion, I guess. The amendments, update, or new ASP?
Amended ASP.
Budget talks, the to amend or create new, or
Yeah.
just amend?
Well, you have a
Okay.
current one, so I would say amend.
Okay. Amendments to ASP bylaw 3/1980. Okay, does that make sense? This is just a wordsmith, just to make sure we've got it, the council to direct administration to bring to the 2027 budget discussion, costs to amend area structure plan bylaw 3/1980. Okay. Who's going to own that?
I will.
Okay. Are we ready for that, or is there conversation, discussion on this? Okay. Councillor Chisholm would like to direct administration to bring to the 2027 budget discussion costs for amendments to the area structure plan bylaw 3/1980. Does that make sense? We're ready to go? All those in favor? And opposed? There we go. Passes. Thank you. So we're going to move forward.
I would like to make a motion to direct admin to mark the sections that are no longer in force on the public facing document for all area structure plans regarding Island, Baptiste, and Skeleton Lakes.
Is that to bring to the budget or just beforehand?
It's to direct admin to mark the sections that are no longer in force on the public facing document for all area structure plans. It's an administrative task. Go to the document, take your word processor, mark them in red or highlight them and say repealed or not in effect or superseded. That document needs to be clear about what doesn't apply.
And when you're referring to the current area structure plan that's online. You want that to show the update. That would mean then we're amending a bylaw.
No, it wasn't. It means we're marking a document for, you're not amending it, you're making notes on it that it's been superseded by put two versions. One that says this is the truth, this is what's,
I think I
Well, we
would-
can't
I
really
think-
do that because there's changes to the MDP and the IDP as well, so.
I think
no,
though,
so the
I-
motion is to make notes on the document that's online regarding the sections that are no longer in force, so the public, so we were transparent and clear about what does not apply. So the section that says we regulate boat speeds on the lake, the
That's-
footnote on the
doesn't-
side of it
yep.
that says this is no longer within the jurisdiction of the municipality.
So that is a step towards amending, so I'm fine with that.
well, I don't know if it can be done to a bylaw without actually bringing the bylaw forward
Okay.
and making an amendment to it, because when you're making changes like that to a bylaw, I'm concerned about the legal aspect of it.
Madam Chair, and members of council, an ASP is related to a bylaw. And if we're going to be amending a bylaw, we need to bring it to council. So certainly we can mark it up and bring it to council to give you a clear view of where it's not in compliance with any other legislation. But that, we're not going to put that online until council takes a look at it.
Right. No, and I appreciate that. I didn't think you could. So I don't know if I am going to bring that motion on the floor, being that I don't think it would be a legal method to do so. For marking up a bylaw, we can ask administration to bring it to council with that information, and then it becomes a part of a public
You
agenda.
could add the words that are no longer in force and present to council.
Okay. I don't know if Miss Leah has that, and if she could please read it back.
Moved by Counselor Hall to direct administration to mark the sections of the bylaw that are no longer, or of the ASP that are no longer in force and present to council.
And then do we need to give the ASP bylaw 3/1980 just for?
Well, I actually said for
Oh,
the
all of them.
ASPs regarding Island Baptiste and Skeleton Lakes, given that
Okay,
we've heard a few
Okay.
times they're not all the same. I mean, if we want to be transparent, if we want to make things better for our residents, we want to, if we want to create less conflict.
And did you include Skeleton Lake there too? Yeah, okay, just wouldn't hear it. All right. So I think Miss Leah has it. Okay, does anybody need it read back? Are we ready to go for that vote? All those in favor? Are there any opposed? There you go. The work for amendments has begun. We are moving to Island Lake Bylaw 019/2026, the repeal of the Island Lake Area Structure Plan, page 98 of your agenda package. My guess is it's going to be pretty much the same as what we just discussed. But correct me if I'm wrong.
I would say it's the same as what we just discussed.
Okay. Do we want to go through the presentation that's been wonderfully put together? Or are we ready to just get administrations in? Do we want to just go forward with the second reading and then the subsequent motion to bring back to the 2027 budget? Okay, so in the sense of time and repetitiveness, Counselor Chamzik would like to give second reading of bylaw 019/2026 for the purpose of repealing the Island Lake Area Structure Plan bylaw 15/1981 and amendments. Is there any discussion? If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And opposed? You're in favor? Counselor Callahan, are you in favor? We have 2 in favor and opposed. So we have 6 opposed. That bylaw fails. We have a subsequent motion. Counselor Chamzik. Counselor Chamzik would like to direct administration to bring to the 2027 budget discussion costs for amendments to the area structure plan bylaw. Where is it?
Madam Chair, 15/1981.
Thank you. 15/1981. If we're ready for the vote, Or is there any discussion? I'm assuming there's none. Ready for the vote? All those in favor? And opposed? 6 and 2. Thank you. All right.
Bang, bang.
Bang, bang. We are on to, does anybody need a break? So and how is admin? Does admin need a break? We're okay? Okay. Item 6.3, bylaw 027/2026, land use bylaw amendment, part Northwest 66622 west of the fourth, page 156 of your agenda package. Deputy Mintz.
I'll do the recommended, first reading, but I have a question. So, just regarding, like, they want to change the districting of on this 116 acres. Should they not, is there access to this 116 acres?
Madam Chair, members of council, there is no direct access to this lot, but that would be addressed, that's the word I'm looking for, that would be addressed at the time of either subdivision or development. So at this time, the applicant is just wanting to know if he could redistrict the land so that he could do what he proposes or would wish to do with it. And then at the time of development, they would have to comply with our construction standards and stuff with respect to access, road constructions, whatever would be required.
Okay, so, but aren't we, it's the horse and the cart again, or are we putting the cart before the horse here? Like shouldn't the, it's under special recreation right now, and then we're gonna change it to ag, and then what if this gentleman doesn't do anything? Then it'll stay at ag? Is there a reason why this was a special recreation though?
Madam Chair, members of council, I did go through the land file. I did not find the bylaw that rezoned it to special recreation, which means that it could have possibly been at the time of adoption of one of our land use bylaws that it was determined that should be special recreation. At this time, if it's not zoned agricultural, we couldn't accept an application for development because it wouldn't meet. We can only accept what uses are in the special recreation, which is why they want to rezone first so that they could apply for the necessary permits. That being said, if it is agricultural and they want to have animals on it, you don't need a development permit for that. I just want to be clear for that. But any development construction, they would have to comply with the regulations of the existing district, zoning district.
Okay, so if we rezone this or redistrict this, is it gonna mess up the trailer park? Because that's the land that the trailer park is built on.
Madam Chair, members of council, the trailer park to the east
Yeah.
is actually zoned agricultural. And so
Nice.
they're just wanting, you're welcome. They're just wanting to zone this parcel of block, what did they call it? Plan 2412 AJ Block 8. That's the only piece we're redistricting, but confirming that the parcel to the west is agricultural.
You'd probably have to go back to the 1970s to figure out why this was an SR.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Counselor Hall?
So the briefing note says the landowner wishes to develop a hobby farm on block A, and the land use bylaw limits animal units to parcel zoned agriculture. Can you just help clarify where in the land use bylaw that tells us that? Because when I look at the permitted uses, agriculture extensive is permitted under special rec. Agriculture intensive is a discretionary use. Like, my concern is what use is coming that isn't already covered by either the permitted or the discretionary uses of SR. And then really, is that new range of permitted uses compatible with the essentially a village next door? Because when I read the definitions, I didn't see so but I will admit, when I looked at this, I had my phone and I didn't read the whole land use bylaw because of how small it is.
Madam Chair, members of council, and let me just make sure that I have this in the. Right, so on page 163 of your agenda package is the uses allowed in the special recreation district, which you would see permitted. You have extensive agricultural and discretionary. You have intensive agricultural. We're just going to double check the animal units permitted.
Is that listed in a different section?
It's a different section. Yeah, it's section 10-4. Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair, I'm just reading through. So it is specifics, section 10.4, which is our animal unit regulations. The keeping of animals, including fur-bearing animals, fowl, livestock, and other domestic pets shall not be allowed on lots within the hamlet residential or hamlet commercial. And then subsection 3, the keeping of animals, including fur-bearing, other than domestic pets on lot with the country residential district shall be in accordance with the regulations. So, my apologies, these aren't limiting in the special recreation district.
So the question then comes, what do you want to do that you can't already do? Either as a permitted or discretionary use. Build a house, build a barn.
Yeah.
They're all there.
Madam Chair, members of council, I believe part of the request also was it would help reduce the taxes because it would be considered agricultural.
I'm gonna call foul on that because we all know that the taxes are based on the use, not based on the land use classification. We have commercial properties that are paying residential taxes because somehow they're living in them, even though that's not allowed under the land use bylaw. We have agricultural properties that pay, other rates because they don't meet the qualifications for it. So the way to get ag taxes, according to matters relating to assessment and taxation regulation, is raising and production of livestock, bigger than 3 acres. I can't remember the other one, but it's a pretty clear checklist. Doesn't matter what your land use classification is, you get ag taxes if you do those things.
Thank you. And I'd also like to add that when you do look at the differences from special recreation district to agricultural district, and the fact that it is next to, I realize that the Westwind Trailer Park is agricultural. However, it is a developed area of homes. And so when I look at all the discretionary uses and the change in the permitted uses and the differences, we are not only changing a rezoning one person, it's forever. Where whoever he sells it, it goes on to the next person, et cetera, and things get changed pretty quickly. And when I look at all of the different uses, I sit back and I'm going to protect what's current there. I'm not in favor of making any change to it. And with they're only wanting to do a hobby farm, well, they can do that within the district that they have. So I'm just not there. Go ahead, please, Councilor Hall.
I think the other thing is, it's unclear to me like what a hobby farm is, but that may not qualify anyway. If you just wanna if you wanna go into farming and you get the taxes. If you want to change the use and still use it for whatever gets used for that looks like recreation, you'll still pay the taxes that you pay today. You have to meet that definition. And if it's about throwing out 2 or 3 hobby horses, we already have heard from the assessor that doesn't count. So I think, I mean, for me, I wouldn't even bother to go to first reading on this based on what I see.
I agree. Hey, it's been more than once. Come on now. We've been marking on the calendar. Keep going. All right. And where are we at with this, folks? Deputy Minns is mentioning to give first reading. Yeah. Are we ready to go, folks, or do you have?
I wondered the other, we could also decline to give it first reading.
Yeah.
And just withdraw the motion and accept it for information.
Yeah.
Because I think, sorry to
Huh?
cut you, off. I think the advantage of that is if the P and D guys come back with a better reason that this is happening, we can then move it into first reading. But if you kill first reading, then you've got the restrictions on time and bringing back the motion.
Yeah, so just receive for information.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Deputy Reed Mins would like to receive for this report. I'll try that again. Deputy Reed Mins would like to receive this administrative report or information. Do you want me to mention it being what the subject of it is, or we're good with just receive for information? The land use bylaw amendment?
Receive the 6.3, the admin report and 6.3 for information.
Okay. We good with that, Ms. Leah? All right, if we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, that's 8-0. All right, we are at 2 o'clock. Is sure nobody wants a break? Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute, 7-minute break. We're gonna take that 7-minute break and come back at 2:00, what is that, 2:06. Okay. Are we ready to go? We're good to go. All right, we're back from our recess. 7.1, I believe, is where we are at. This is a request to clear undeveloped road allowance in Division 6, page 168 of your agenda package. And I believe it's located between Southeast 257217 west of 4 and the west part of Northeast 247217 west of 4. And I will turn this over to administration if you'd like to go forward. You put it on? Do you want administration to explain a little bit of it?
Can I make a motion
No?
first? Could we get?
No, we don't need a motion, but Deputy Reed Mins asked for it to be put on the agenda, so I'll turn it over to him for comment.
I was just, I brought this, I threw it on there just to ask the question of clearing undeveloped road allowances, stuff like that. Doesn't that go through infrastructure instead of planning development? Because infrastructure is going to be the ones that actually have to implement it, isn't it? Or I may be wrong.
That's fine, Madam Chair, members council. This is an internal process that our directors and staff have been working towards. So we're working towards filtering all of land management into planning and development, which clearing road development, because we do also the road closures and planning and development, it would kind of come through us as well. But we definitely work in collaboration, and we make sure to have their input even before we get to this stage with anything to do with roads or clearing of undeveloped road allowance or closing them for that matter. So from now on, you're welcome. I'll be coming and presenting these, but definitely it is with collaboration with infrastructure.
Perfect. Okay, thank you for that. That was what I wanted to bring forward. Find out because, just because.
How do you feel about it? No, not there, the motion, the recommendation. Counselor Hall?
Sure, I'd be happy to move it.
Thank you.
Oh, I wanted to make that.
Oh.
Well, you gotta speak to them.
Well, Counselor DeHollick would like to make that motion.
Arm wrestling
No, that's okay.
it.
No, it was my area.
The comment that I had, there was, I assume that there's gonna be a letter in the land file on both sides of this that clarifies the first sentence under discussion, that the county does not plan to and will not construct a road. So that somewhere in the future, someone says, I need a road, or I've got this, and you haven't gravelled it, and you haven't this. We let you clear it, we are never spending money on it.
Is that something that's the practice is, do we need a motion for that or?
Madam Chair, members of council, it is part of their agreement,
Are there?
for sure, yeah.
Okay,
And if I would withdraw the motion if Councillor DeHollick would like to make.
okay. Counselor Stacey?
So part of the motion reads that we will never, or at this point, we will not. Because at some point,
That's
maybe,
not part of the motion.
no, I'm just asking for clarity on it, that's all.
The clarity is that wasn't part of the motion.
Huh?
He's wanting to know, Counselor Stacey wants to know in that agreement if it's strictly with these particular landowners or does it go with the land?
Well, Madam Chair, the agreement is with this landowner to clear it, but within the agreement, it says that the county does not build roads or will not be building the road or building it up to any standard. It's really up to the developer or the resident if they want to develop and they need it.
Property.
Correct, yeah.
What my concern is though, is that today and maybe 50 years from now, we have no intention of building a road, but if sometime in the future, if we make a motion here that says we will not ever, then can we repeal that or not repeal, amend it later and at some point in life, we can, or some council of the day can still build a road for whatever reason they need.
Counselor Hall? And
Has there been a motion made that we will not build a road?
Yeah.
But
No,
it's in there.
Actually, there hasn't been.
It's not a motion, but it would be in the agreement.
That's what my clarity was, is I was asking what the motion was.
And that agreement stays with the property.
Yeah, my only concern is just so that we don't lock it up so that in the future that nobody could ever develop that road.
So I'll leave it to administration to explain, but from what I understand, it will be in the agreement that the county is not going to develop it, but should a developer come in, they can develop it?
Well,
Road.
any construction of road, we would bring to council in some way, shape or form, because it's gonna be a budget item. Whether they build it or we build it, it's a budget item, because even if they build it and we take it over, it's maintenance. And so council gets to decide where and when roads get built.
Okay, are you happy? Counselor DeHolick, are we ready to?
Yeah, I'm
go?
ready for the motion.
You ready for the motion? Counselor DeHolick would like to move that council approves the request to clear a portion of the undeveloped road allowance located between southeast 257217 west of the fourth and the west part of northeast 247217 west of the fourth. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 8-0, thank you. And we are on 7.2. My pen is dying. 7.2 is the request to clear undeveloped road allowance and farm access in Division 9, page 172 of your agenda package. This one is located between northeast 36722 west of the fourth and the northwest 26722 west of the fourth. And it also wants to allow construction of a field access to southeast 106722 west of the fourth. I'm assuming we would be then maintaining the farm access after it is built to farm access standard. Is that accurate?
I believe so, Madam Chair. I would have to confirm that with Director Morton, but I do believe that once it's farm access, we do take security. Once it's built, we can check it, inspect it. And once it's inspected, we sign off, then it becomes public, or the county's infrastructure.
All right. Is there any conversation or discussion on this one? Go ahead, please, Counselor.
Happy to move the motion. And without getting into the operations, because it's a dead end, I assume there's a turning bulb at the end, something like that as part of the plan.
Madam Chair, members of council, the plans did not show that, but I can make sure that Counselor, my apologies, Director Morton has his input on how the end of that should be constructed.
We call him Counselor Morton too.
I'm so sorry.
We do. He spends a lot of time in here. Yeah, the background, I guess, like you said, is the yeah, we've read the background. All right, are we ready to go?
Yeah.
I believe it was Counselor Hall. Yeah. Counselor Hall would like to move that council approves the request to clear a portion of the undeveloped road allowance located between northeast 36722 west of the fourth and northwest 26722 west of the fourth, and allow the construction of field access to southeast 106722 west of the fourth. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Any opposed? 8-0, thank you. We're moving over to page 200 of your agenda package, which is item 7.6. That is the proposed meeting dates for budget discussions that we have coming up here. The administration has made a recommendation to cancel the committee of the whole meetings on October 15th and November 19th, and that council schedule special county council meetings on October 20th and November 19th. And the reason, of course, being that when we're having budget conversations, we have the ability to make motions and decisions, whereas committee of the whole, we cannot make decisions that pass that day. All right. Is there a conversation? Counselor Hall.
What dates?
Why, if we're canceling on October 15th and 19th, why are we not choosing October 15th for the special council meeting?
I believe, if I may, it's because October 15th, where was it? Committee of the whole, so October 15th, council meeting October 20th. I can't remember what that was. We had that conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair
pointing me
and
out.
members of council, it's because it's too tight of a timeline for us to develop all of these agenda packages and just for preparation time.
It's to help administration.
but then we have a special meeting and a regular meeting 2 days apart, which makes it even tighter timeline. Because we have 20th and 22nd. But I mean, if it's, if that's what works for you, I don't care. The other question that comes out of this though is we have planned level of service discussions and scheduled those out into the future for every committee of the whole meeting. Which ones are getting postponed and how are we dealing with those?
From what I understand is the committee of the whole, it's just in name that gets canceled, but we will still be dealing with the regular agenda.
Don't we have RMA someplace there?
November November
Okay.
2nd to the 5th. But yeah, it's from my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that it's only a name that we're canceling it. We would still be doing the regular schedule, except probably get rid of delegations at that particular date.
That is the intent, Madam Chair.
So what are dates are?
On the report, we would have council the 15th of October, committee of the whole. And we would put in place a special meeting on October 20th. And November 19th, the committee of the whole would be canceled. And in place of the November 19th meeting would be a special meeting. So really the only date that you're making a change to is from October 15th to the 20th. Is that fair for everyone? I believe there are other budget meetings that you wanted to bring forward or no?
Madam Chair, I think the first one is going to be during the regular council meeting. I don't think it's on air, but I think we said we'd bring the budget forward October the 8th, which is a regular council meeting. It'll be just part of the, it'll be like another part of the regular package for that council meeting.
Okay.
And then these two meetings that council just discussed. And then I think there was going to be a final one, which would be the last December 10th, I believe, or December 17th, but I don't think December 17th to get possibly a final or at least an interim budget passed before the year. Thank you.
Right. So, and thank you. So from my understanding, on the 8th, council will have quite a conversation with regards to the budget. This will then give Director Daly time enough to gather it all together again and bring it to you on the 20th rather than the 15th, correct? Gives you some more time.
That's correct. Also, if council remembers, we have the special council meeting on September 22nd, which we're going to be discussing taxes.
Yes.
So that will probably also give us some input into what we know, or like a kind of a baseline where our revenue may be for the 22nd year. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All righty. So where are we at, folks? Who has, Councillor Stasiak, would you like to put the motion forward? Sure. Okay, perfect. Councillor Stasiak would like to move that council cancels the committee of the whole meetings on October 15th and November 19th, 2026. And that council schedules special county council meetings on October 20th and November 19th, 2026. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? Perfect. We are on 7.7 of your agenda package, which are the provincial grant application outcomes, page 204 of your agenda package. And thank you very much for putting this report together. I thought it was really important that when we receive these letters, the ones that we can share right away, that our public see where this funding is coming from and how the provincial government is supporting municipalities. And so thank you very much, CAO Ambly, for putting this together and showing what we've got here. And I'll just quickly run through the discussion here is that the local government fiscal framework, so the LGFF, the 2026 capital allocation was 1,786,119. The local government fiscal framework for operating was $344,076. And then the building community strong fund community stream It provides, of course, funding to municipalities to construct or renew public infrastructure. That allocation was $468,675. There's also mention here of the county has been notified of funding through the STIP program for 3 bridge culvert projects. But a formal announcement will be made once the government of Alberta finalizes those approvals. So I just thought it was really important to allow the public to see this information and to also understand that we continue to put in our STIP applications for funding, which is the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program. And unfortunately, our last application was not successful, and that was for 2 bridge replacements, the Rochester Lift Station upgrade, the Grassland Potable Water Reservoir upgrade, and then the cost escalation for the Island Lake Regional Water Extension Construction Project. However, we've been invited to apply again for the next intake. Okay, so just good information to have, and just wanted to allow the public and to see that and bring it to everyone's attention. And also to, we've been asked to contact our MLA Glenn Van Tyken to coordinate the preparation of a joint news release informing the public about the STIP funding approvals. So do we have anybody who would like to make that motion? Deputy Reed Minns would like to move that council receives the report on provincial grant application outcomes for information, and that council directs administration to contact MLA Glenn Van Dyken to coordinate the preparation of a joint news release informing the public about the STIP funding approvals. Is there any discussion on this? Perfect. Are you ready for the vote? All those in favor? Are there any opposed? None. Awesome. Thank you. 7.8, we're moving over to the counselor timesheets. Is there anybody who has any comments? Discussion? Go ahead, please, Counselor Hall.
I guess I would like to maybe seek a little clarity on a couple of things, and I've debated whether to, bring this up when we're approving these, but the reason we've put them in is to create some transparency. And so on one hand, I have a nervousness that asking questions will create uneasy conversation, but I also feel like it's not true to, values to not. So around mileage claims, the policy states councillors can claim mileage from their residents to all internal and external board and committees, training, conferences, convention, and seminars. And that we may not claim for, a bunch of things. And then there's a couple exceptions around trade check signing for the Reeve and Deputy Reeve. And there's a few claims in the package that look like I'm having trouble figuring out where they fit in that group. And so I just want to get an understanding, so we're all billing for the same stuff.
Okay, are you pointing those out or?
So there's a note on page 211 that relates to road tours. I guess part of it is how much of that is road tour versus the other items in there that are eligible, because road tours are specifically prohibited.
I'd be happy to explain that one now, if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay, so the road tour is not included in the mileage. What happened here is that I was at the Athabasca Senior Symposium until 10:30. I broke away from that because I had to do a road tour and was helping out a resident through that road tour. And so then I had to come back, and that road tour ended in my area where I live. Yeah. So I came back then to do the agenda review at 1:45. So the road tour is not included.
Okay.
But it's a mileage from going back, starting and coming back.
And then, the other ones are all kind of similar with, trying to figure out how they fit into board or committee, training, conferences, AU convention, picnic, CEO meeting. I'm not sure what that one is, and how that becomes eligible, because it doesn't seem to fit the
CEO meetings,
on June 15th.
because as far as I don't have it in front of me, but from my understanding is any time that we are meeting with other people, as in chief elected official meetings, it's becoming a meeting. And when we're doing county business, that's where our mileage fits. especially when it's on the calendar.
Well, so mileage is eligible for committee meetings, training, conferences and seminars, and I guess I'm just unclear how, meeting the mayor for breakfast fits into one of those categories. And so if that's eligible, like my worry is we're not all following the same script. And so if coming in to meet with the CAO of the county is eligible for mileage for some members at this table, is it eligible for all? And I just think we need to have some clarity around what we should be billing for and what we shouldn't be, I guess.
And
So
what do you mean by some members are able to meet with the CAO and some aren't? And
So there's billing on here for, I thought there was billing for the, meeting with CAO Beck, but maybe
June 15th.
yeah. So,
June 15th, we met with the CAO regarding the resignation.
yeah, so is that
And-
billable, right?
And I feel that is very justifiable when you have your CAO that has resigned. I do believe it's in the best interest of council that the Reeve and Deputy Reeve meet up with the CAO and honestly find out what's going on with the organization and just have a quick meeting to find out what's happening. When you get an email and stating that I resigned, it's better to put for communication, it's better to put a face to face. So I totally.
Maybe we need to amend the policy because,
Well,
the question comes then if another member at the table comes in to meet with CAO, say from a faraway place, are they billing for that? Are they not? And I just like some roles get paid higher because some of that travel is part of the gig. Right?
I guess the other thing is if I've been in here a few times and met with the CAO over regarding a road or something like that, because I've been in town, I've never charged for it because it's got to do with my division. You don't charge mileage for road trips out to see ratepayers in your division and stuff like that, but I felt it was very, very important to come in and meet with the CAO regarding the resignation. If it was regarding a road, yeah, no, I would never do that, but
and it also should be noted in the policy in section 6.3D, sub 2, use of personal vehicles for conducting county business shall be paid as per Athabasca County Policy 2135.
That tells us how they're paid, but not what they're paid for, which is in the section before. And so I just like, that's why I said, like, I worry about, difficult discussion, but I think we're all capable of having just a conversation so we're all clear and what's eligible and what's not. And if we're satisfied those, like, I read the policy as it's limiting.
Well,
that it's allowed for these specific things. And with some examples of things that are not allowed. And if we want to include, among other things, as part of it, then I think we all need to be kind of clear on.
I think the policy is very clear because as you go to policy 2135, which again, in the remuneration policy, it's use of personal vehicles for conducting county business shall be paid as per Athabasca County Policy 2135. 2135, County Council recognizes the need to reimburse councillors and employees for travel expenses incurred in the performance of their duties. So Councillor Tamsin.
Yeah, and given the circumstances, it is one of those extenuating circumstances, and I appreciate the great dialogue, respectful conversation, and and maybe, there could be some policy cleanup in the future, but all in all, I can totally understand the June 15th meeting.
Thank you. Again, I think that the policy and the both policies are very clear. That's
Which category do picnics fit in?
Sorry?
For my benefit, which category does a picnic fit in?
county business. I was there to give a speech. I was asked, formally invited to speak. County
in the-
business.
in the
It's
pu-
county business as what I have been informed of. When I'm being asked to arrive and what do you say, represent the county and provide a speech, I'm taking the time to create that speech, taking the time to give that speech, asked to be in a location, that's county business. Go ahead, please.
Just because I do think that this discussion is important to have transparent, especially if members of the public had questions. Now, we can refer back to this. I mean, you know, one time we all got an email about me leaving before I went. I knew I'd have to change hotel rooms. And when we came back and I put my expense claim form in, I had to explain why I had to change hotel rooms even after the email. And you know what? Then if members of the public were curious about that expense, whatever, it was said out loud. We had a discussion about it and we move on for clarity. And I think it's a good discussion to have and be transparent with each other as well.
Yep. Yep, and it follows policy. Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, the Councillor Stasiak would like to make the motion to move that council accept the timesheets as presented. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And opposed? 7 and 1, thank you. There is a couple things, though, that we do need to mention as well with regards to timesheets. Please make sure that when you, before you submit your timesheet, that all your extensions, so all the math is done. So that administration doesn't have to stop and do that. Make sure all the math is done, and that includes right to the very bottom that splits out all the items under the GL codes. Okay, okay, because it's a little onerous for administration. Thank you. Go ahead, please, Councillor Calhoun.
Hold on, I'm trying to pull mine up, but just a comment too. So what I've been doing, I kind of created myself a little column that just for my colleagues, if it's easier, keeping track of the mileage. So I know when I hit the 5,000 kilometers. So yeah, so if you look at mine, I just kind of created a column at the bottom with M up to date so that it's easier for us to keep track so that in the future it might not be like caught and you're trying to figure out minusing, you know, something at now 60.3 cents, whatever. So just a thought.
And I do, and I do, that was my second point, and thank you for also mentioning it, is it's getting to that time of the year where some of our more distance counselors are getting to that 5,000 kilometer threshold. So you might want to go back and have a look at your timesheets and make sure that's where you're at.
What happens?
It changes. So your mileage after 5,000 kilometers, the rate drops to 67 cents per kilometer.
Can't come in no more.
Yeah. Yes, Councillor Chamzik.
Well, I hope it's appropriate what I did with mine at the end. I did do a total, not in the proper column, but I've been keeping track because I'm 400 kilometers away.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, you might want to be checking it, Councillor Calhoun.
Just also a question. So once we do hit the 5,000 and it goes down to, I think it's
67, yes.
67 cents. Does that reset in October or that's like for the rest of the term or January? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, January 30th, actually, it'll go till.
It actually resets on December 31st. The pricing changes, but the CRA mileage number is December 31.
Yep, thank you, but we don't calculate the Revenue Canada's rate doesn't affect us until January 31st for the new year is what I was trying to say. Thank you. All right. Anybody else? We're done with timesheets? Okay, so we are 8.4, which is page 244 of your agenda package. Please go ahead.
On August 7th, I have a Northern Lights meeting and then August 13th, an ASB chair meeting.
Northern Lights at what time on the 7th of August? And this is on page 245.
At 10 o'clock.
10 a.m. and sorry, the other one
Is ASB chair meeting,
on what day?
the 13th.
13th ASB, time 9:30?
No, I think it's earlier. It's in Parkland. I'd have to double check the schedule, sorry.
Okay, so ASB meeting. Councillor Chizen had mentioned earlier, there was an ASB meeting this this week, and it was discussion of an agricultural disaster. I know there's Thorhill County has declared and Westlock County has declared. I'm assuming there was conversation at the ASB meeting with regards to that.
I will let Lucille speak.
I believe there was three, I just can't remember what the third one was that was declared. And Laklabish is also going that route. But the problem with us waiting until our next meeting, it's August 20th, because he couldn't get the information for today, of course. So he said he could get the information to us August 5th if we want to do just a special meeting, like like a Zoom, so we can get this declaration done. Was kind of what we thought we would throw out to council.
Can I just ask a question, but Councilor Chamsick probably might answer it.
So our agricultural fieldman did get back to me. He did provide me with an email regarding the agricultural disaster. And he is on holidays right now. He'll be returning the 27th of July. And when he comes back, he'll work on the draft and get it approved by the board. And if we can get a special county meeting late July, early August is.
So you would have to do a special meeting for the board
Mhm.
first.
Yes.
Okay. So my question then becomes for the declaration, if we go forward with a, what does that benefit? What does it do? When it goes into, is something triggering for, funding? What triggers for the need to rush it? Like to make sure it's done as soon as possible?
Well, really, you don't. Oh, really, if it, there must be a reason or they won't do it.
Right. And
You
so
know,
there.
it has to be a reason that they do it, I think if there's a special funding, to help us qualify or stuff like that, or grants, it might help,
The
Yeah.
individual,
Yeah.
yes, please.
From my understanding, it does not necessarily trigger special funding. It gives our rural resident agricultural people, as it was said in a recent article, I believe, a small rural agricultural voice. But I believe, and I could be mistaken, but it could possibly help with some of those personal insurance, crop insurance claims.
Okay. Counselor Stacey.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate what Councillor Chamsick said. Yeah, it triggers some of the insurance policies that take effect by a certain date, and this year kind of enforces that.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, but I did contact quite a few of my agricultural producers on the east end, not but you know what I'm saying, our agricultural producers on the east end. And we are seeing anywhere, I'm gonna just specifically pick on barley crops, anywhere from 30% loss to about 80% loss on some of those fields, and some are complete write-offs.
Okay,
And
it's awful.
Another thing I might want to add was Kelly at our Ag Service Board meeting said declaring the county also helps with whatever.
no, I was
Okay.
unsure if it would, but we do believe in the messaging inconsistencies. When we are advocating for our residents across the board in all different sectors, as we have applied for HARP funding, and of course that would be through flooding, mitigations, those things. I don't know if it does help or not for sure, but I do believe in consistency and advocation.
Okay, so my question now is, do we wait until the Agricultural Services Board has their meeting before we plan a special meeting? Or do we put the date down and cancel it if we need to?
My personal opinion is that when Mr. Hugh comes back from holidays, I think we could get that direction going from him as soon as he comes back. I mean, it wouldn't be a long Zoom meeting either through the Ag Board or the county council to do that declaration, as it's been pretty short in the past.
Okay, do you have a preference from admin? Did we pick a date now?
Madam Chair, it doesn't matter. Right now, you might just want to check to see if potentially if August 5th is a date, if everybody's available, and then we can just set up a Zoom meeting really quick just to make
Okay.
the declaration.
So, and you needed, how much time did Mr. Hercule need?
He said very end of July. and early August. So probably within that first week is pretty definitive by the latest, I would say.
So why don't
I
we
know at
pick-
the meeting, he said August 5th. He'd have the information, but that's why I threw out the August 5th.
Does he need that much time?
That would be, I can't answer for him.
Okay, well, we can put August 5th down. I was gonna suggest the 30th, but I don't know.
Oh,
when
I
he
like
needs
the 30th
information.
better.
Yeah, I don't know how long he's gonna take to get that information, because usually there's reports that need to come in with those yields. and
Well,
things.
and that's where I feel, I mean, given as soon as it gets back to holidays, I will be sure to write him an email and get that ball rolling and send out proposed dates as soon as possible, or however administration feels that needs to be handled.
On the date, I mean, we really need 24 hours notice. I think don't bother scheduling it until we know. Like you can call it. You're the rave. The rules allow you to call a meeting. Call it. All you need is 5 people to have quorum, and if somebody can't make it, they can't make it. But more importantly, I guess I'm wondering what are the objective criteria that we use to determine it? How do we measure when it is a disaster and not just a bad year? And like, I'd like to have a better understanding of, how do we assess it's a disaster? I mean, I know there are areas of the county that over the weekend had, crops wiped out by hailstorms. There are areas of the county where you can hardly see the cows, they're walking in hay so tall. So does it need to be a disaster for half of the ag land? Is it all of it? Is it like, it's clear the moisture is doing a lot of harm, although in some cases, I mean, it's just what are the criteria we use to measure to decide when it is an ag disaster? And so I'd like to see some hard data. Like
Well,
how we do it objectively.
Counselor
Brian, I
Hall?
think a little bit of that is changing now with the good weather and the farmers are able to make some hay. A few weeks ago, it was doubtful that they were gonna make some hay. Different regions, this is a pretty big county. I think Wandering River or even my area, I had farmers, some big farmers saying that some of the crop is above average. And there's other areas there that it's below average or average. So depends on the areas and how we want to do it. I guess it's, we kind of went around the table at the ag meeting.
Thank you, Counselor Chansey. Okay, so yeah, I think it's probably best for Mr. Hercule to gather the information that he needs, where he gets those assessments from and the criteria, et cetera. We can tentatively, if that makes it easier, tentatively book the 5th of August.
Madam Chair, you only need 24 hours notice. So
Right.
once we hear back from our ag manager, then we will definitely be in contact with council and you can go from there once the ASB passes their motion.
That's good. Do we need to act on advice of ASB to do this?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So one more question. So would we need an ag meeting and we'd need a council meeting?
I believe so, but you know what? I'll get those answers as soon as I'll be sending out an email as soon as possible as the chair, and I'll have those answers as soon as possible out to everyone.
And it would be just it would be a special council meeting and we could do it over Zoom as well, if it's just for the topic. Would make it quite easy. Has anybody got any other changes for the calendar?
Oh, yes.
Counselor DeHollick.
Sorry.
Oh.
I'm going to be going in for a little surgery, so I'm going to probably need a month.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's going to be August or beginning of September. I haven't got the dates together, so.
Okay. Well, we're going to wish you well and a speedy recovery when you happen to have that time that you need that time. Deputy Reed Mintz.
August 27th, I got an Alice meeting in West Lock at 10 a.m. And I have no idea who Alice is.
Hey.
Did we cancel committee of the whole on the 18th?
No,
I thought we did.
no,
No, we moved.
we moved it to the.
We moved the committee of the whole from the 20th back to the 18th. And
And I think we might need that considering we asked for updates for Gravel monthly.
I won't be here for that.
I know, I'll be chairing.
Fine.
Thank you. So we're on the 18th of, is the committee of the whole of August, 9:30 AM.
Right.
Stays.
Okay, good.
Yeah, unless council wants to remove it, but okay. And don't forget the September 22nd special meeting for budget taxes, property taxes in the future. September 22nd. Anybody else? Do we have a motion to receive calendars as amended? Lordy. Counselor Callahan would like to receive the calendars as amended. All those in favor? And opposed? Perfect. 8-0. We are on to reports. 10.1E, the Aspen Regional Water Services Commission. Counselor Hall asked to bring that forward, so please go ahead.
So probably rely on Counselor Mins to fill in a bunch of the gaps, but we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago and the big things that are coming along, there's still progress on a solar installation, which is designed to have about an 85% offset of energy costs over time. The project had to move around a little bit because of some underground utilities, so reconfigured, but that's one of the paths the commission sees to working towards a lower wholesale rate. And I think we should probably expect a presentation from the commission to council. We talked about this in open on the Collinton the Grassland and Warner River Truck, sorry.
I think they were gonna come to administration first and then
come to this, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? We're good? We're informed? Perfect. Well, this, it's 10-3. I'm not sure if anybody wants to take a break before we go into closed. Motion to go into close from Counselor Chamzik. We're ready for that. All those in favor? And I don't see any opposed. Okay, we're in closed session. We are live. Thank you so much. We are out of closed session. We have a couple of motions to make. Item 12.1, Deputy Reed Mins would like to move that administration proceed as recommended in closed. If we're ready for that vote, all those in favor? And I see no opposed. And we have a second motion here from item 12.2, and that would be from Councillor Calahoo, moves that council authorizes administration to reallocate $30,000 from the Emergency Services Operating Reserve to the 2026 budget to allow for the hiring of one temporary 7-month response officer for Highway 63 Emergency Services. An additional $20,000 would be requested through the 2027 budget process. If we're ready for that motion, all those in favor? And I see no opposed, so that carries. Thank you very much. We are not going to adjourn our meeting quite yet. We will be recessing at 4:54 and hopefully be back very soon. Thank you. Okay, we are live. We are back from our in-closed session. We have item 12.4. One motion to make, and that is that Deputy Reeve Minns, if I can find it now, Deputy Reeve Minns would like would like to move that Athabasca County Council appoint Paul Benedetto as interim CAO of Athabasca County effective July 28th, 2026. If we're ready for that motion, all those in favor? And I see no opposed. I think that is wonderful. We are now able to adjourn our meeting at 5:22. Thank you very much, folks.